an age gap romance collection. His Secret Baby and Single Daddy Next Door. By Michelle Love and Alicia Starr. Blurb.
Emily is too inexperienced for me, but I can't shake how much I want her. I want to rescue her from her isolation. I certainly want to rescue her from that gold-digging little creep James. I want to love her and be loved by her and wake up to her face every morning. And of course, I'd love to make her mine. Even if our age difference didn't make me hesitate, James is doing his best to get and stay in the way, even after Emily throws him out of her life. He's stalking her, he's stalking us, and he's way too interested in girl for comfort. I'm determined to have Emily in my arms, safe from him and from the world's other predators, and when I finally get what I want, it's paradise. For a while, I haven't thought twice about that little brat and his complaining, but James isn't done, and as Emily and I work toward our first of what we hope is many Christmases to come, he's going to take his revenge. I'm a patient man, but when he endangers my romantic partner and my little girl, it is time for a reckoning.
Chapter 1. Emily.
As I stare out the window of my new mansion as a handsome man kisses my neck, the only thought in my head is that I wish he would stop distracting me. The thought shocked me as soon as it crossed my mind. James Parrish is beautiful, blonde, and dashing, but it's true. There's something about his hands on me, his lips pressing softly on me, leaves me feeling soiled, like he's leaving behind some sticky residue wherever he touches. He's trying harder than usual to be seductive, but after everything that's happened, it's all I can do not to flinch away. I have to hide my discomfort. The last time I begged off from being intimate with him, he demanded to know what was wrong with me. All normal girls want to be with him once he puts the moves on them, or so he claimed. I had to tell him that it must be the trauma from being on the streets, and the fact that I'm not used to being touched. But afterward, I felt so much worse about myself that I've since made sure to never let on that I don't want him again. It's ridiculous that I have to work so hard to spare his feelings when we've only been together for a little while, and when he's never spared mine. So I continued to let him kiss me while I distract myself. I stare out past the drops of rain clinging to the glass and down the long grassy hillside to my neighbor's backyard. Grant Norton is out there in the rain, letting his two golden retrievers, Pogo and Mike, run. I smile to see him, a warmth running through me that James can't evoke anymore. The trick works. James chuckles, thinking my smile is meant for him, and pulls me closer, nuzzling my cheek as I hold him limply in my arms. He thinks I'm a slow starter when it comes to romance, and I am, having no real experience with intimacy or affection. But if I stay cold and still and don't smile, he'll get insulted again and sulk and kick up drama. So I look at Grant to get my heart racing, and since I can't have him, I turn around and settle for James. "Ah, come on, Red, what's so interesting out there?" he wheedles, tugging at one of my strawberry blonde curls. I look back at him and smile. Everything. It's true. After a life filled with institutional halls and filthy alleyways, my house in Woodstock is paradise. Looking out the window at all that green, gold, and crimson would soothe my soul even if Grant wasn't out there. I drink him in with my gaze as I lie across the bottle green velvet couch that dominates my living room. His tall, broad-shouldered form stands under a black umbrella as he tosses neon orange squeaky balls up the slope so the dogs can race after them. His dark hair ripples in the breeze along with his black overcoat. His strong face is a tanned blur at this distance, but I can picture his strong features in my mind. Grant is the best part of living in Woodstock, besides being able to afford it, that is. After spending a chilly spring on the streets of Brooklyn, an amazing stroke of luck 6 months ago changed everything in my life. Now I have a big house in the woods, a hot neighborhood, a fridge full of food, and a life to look forward to. Once I recover from what I went through before it took a turn for the better. Grant, watching him in his yard, talking to him, having lunch with him and his adorable daughter Molly, makes me happy to get up in the morning. His existence in my life reminds me of all I now have to be grateful for, and all I still wish I could have. His pale green eyes, so startling against his tan skin, are full of kindness, and his smile is contagious. A few minutes of conversation with him helps my mood no matter how bad things get. Hey, are you listening, baby? James whines, and I look back up into his blank blue eyes and force a smile. I'm sorry, I didn't really sleep. What did you say? He rolls his eyes, the corner of his mouth turning up. James is almost ethereally beautiful, with smooth skin and the face of a marble angel. I used to find that babyish look cute, but I'm starting to get tired of it, along with his whiny tone when he wants something. I said, baby, order us some pizza. I'm getting the munchies, and I know you haven't eaten all day. He's right about that last part. I'm still getting used to the idea that I can fill my belly whenever I want, and I have a bad habit of neglecting that need. It's almost as disorienting as looking at my account statements and wondering at all those zeros. It all still seems so foreign to be able to satisfy my hunger whenever I need to. Okay. I dig in my pocket to see what cash I have. None. I usually don't carry much cash around. It's an old habit too, but this one's too smart to leave behind. I can place the order, but I have no cash on me. Can you get the tip? It's a simple request, it's only $5. But the petulant look on his face deepens, making my heart sink immediately. Oh, come on, baby, you know I'm broke until my app rolls out. It's just another few weeks. And I know you're good for it. He gives a charming smile, and my stomach clenches with the sudden urge to tell him to go away for good. I know I have more options in the romance department than James wants me to think. But no matter how many options I may have, none of them are the ones I want. None of them are Grant, who is a widower twice my age with a little daughter and who, as far as I can tell, does not date. I've had a crush on him since I moved in here, well before James got in my face 2 months ago and refused to leave. James tells me that he's crazy in love with me. He tells me that there's never been anyone like me before, and that he wants to spend the rest of his life with me. Then he comes over and plants himself on my couch for hours, expecting to be fed, and always asking for money. I don't know what love is supposed to feel like exactly, but I'm pretty sure it's not meant to feel like this. I think it's supposed to be more like how I feel when I'm around Grant or when I see him with his daughter. All warm inside with no reservations. Right now, there's a chill deepening in my womb as I sit up, using it as an excuse to pull away from him. Fine, I sigh. What kind of pizza do you want? Hawaiian, you know what I like. He waves his beer at me like he's ordering from a servant, and I shake my head as I pull out my phone. Pineapple doesn't belong on pizza. I order a medium chicken pesto with mushrooms and olives for myself, and a medium Hawaiian for him. I have stocked the fridge with beer, though I barely touch the stuff myself. I'm kind of hoping he'll drink too much tonight and be too tired for anything. I know deep down that these are not the sort of things that a girl should be thinking about with her first official boyfriend. But even though I'm 19 and he's in his 20s, James is definitely the less mature one in our relationship. He's very charming when he wants to be, but right now what he thinks is clear to me. He thinks he's won me, and that he doesn't have to put in any effort at all to keep me. But is he wrong? Why am I still putting up with this? I already know. I don't like thinking about it. Part of it is that horrible, empty ache of loneliness that will yawn inside of me like a canyon the moment he leaves. The other is a deeper worry, but one that has nagged at me more and more. What if he won't leave when I tell him to? I place the pizza order and put the tip on my card, along with everything else. By the time I look back outside again, Grant is gone. So baby doll, how much time do we have to play before our food gets here? James drapes his hand over my shoulder. I have to force myself not to squirm. 20 minutes, I make up, knowing it's more like 40, and he grunts in disgust. That's too little time, he grumbles. Hey, you were the one who wanted pizza, I remind him, and he finally shrugs and nods. Okay, fine. I'll see you later. He offers a sleazy grin, and it's all I can do to force an answering smile.
Chapter 2. Grant.
Is Emily coming over to trick-or-treat with us? Molly wrinkles her nose as I dab on her grease paint. She decided to go as a cat burglar this year, which to her 9-year-old mind means a fuzzy white and cream kitty outfit with a robber's mask across her eyes. I'm going to ask her, though I don't know if she's had time to come up with a costume. Hold still, sweetie, I'm trying to get your kitty nose straight. Her whiskers were hard enough. Molly is incredibly energetic. Even channeling it into martial arts training hasn't cured her of the wiggles. But squirminess won't stop me. I'm determined to do daddy-daughter costumes justice. Thus, I am going trick-or-treating with Molly as McCavity from Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats, one of her favorites. It took some planning behind her back, but it turned out well, and Molly squealed when she saw it. A cosplayer friend made it for me. I'm dressed in a black Victorian evening suit, with a stripy orange tail hanging out between its coattails, a top hat with kitty ears, another robber mask, and white gloves. I drew the line at face paint. Woodstock is tiny, its houses scattered. Anyone who wants a real trick-or-treat haul in the eastern Catskills has to be willing to drive from town to town. That is more than fine with me. I love to drive, and I am hoping to take my sweet neighbor Emily with us. Emily is beautiful and kind, but she has no one. She's modest and hardworking as well, and Molly loves her. As for me, I'm starting to as well. If it wasn't for our huge age difference, I would love to pursue more than friendship with her. But that's not why I want to take her along tonight. It's a lot more complicated than that, actually. I want her with me because I'm trying to pry loose a giant smarmy blonde leech that has attached himself to her. Emily is young and big-hearted, but clearly traumatized and new to having money and a place to stay. The new boyfriend, James Somebody, has circled in on her like a shark smelling blood in the water. He's local and a little notorious, a slacker with half a job delivering bread on his bike 3 seasons and shoveling driveways 1. Like a lot of the spoiled sons of rich Woodstock residents, he lives on other people's money and only works so his mother doesn't know how much smoke he's buying. Woodstock is big on gossip, especially when there's dirt to sling around. James is the son of a Hollywood producer and his trophy wife. His rich dad stashes him here with his mom to keep them out of the spotlight. James, who lives with his mother, with whom he shares a forgettable last name between girlfriends, looks to be trying to make himself into a trophy husband. I hate gold diggers of either gender. It's one of the reasons I have never remarried. Molly deserves to have 2 parents, but at least my wealth allows me to stay at home for her, except when one of my businesses has an important meeting, of course. And now, thanks to Emily, I don't even have to worry about vetting a stranger to babysit Molly while I'm gone. I wish I could shake my growing desire to keep her. As easy as it would be to place the blame on anyone else, I can't say it's entirely Molly's fault that I started becoming attracted to my 19-year-old neighbor. She didn't mean to put the idea in my head when she told me I should marry Emily so she could stay and take care of both of us. She just likes Emily and wants to keep her too. Molly does not remember her mother, and I'm very glad about that. When we separated, Alicia said that going through with giving me a daughter was what had ruined our relationship. I don't fully understand her reasoning, but she complained that having a baby made her feel too old. I urged her to get counseling. I suspect to this day that it was postpartum depression. She simply wasn't like that before, wasn't like that when I fell in love with her. But Alicia was stubborn and too proud. She refused to acknowledge that she had a problem. I still remember the night she broke down and started shouting at me, while Molly wailed in her bassinet, still too tiny to have any idea what was going on. She hated me, she hated Molly, she hated being sore and having stretch marks, and she hated her life with us most of all. I demanded that she seek treatment before her behavior started endangering herself and our baby, and she just laughed at me. I ended up caring for Molly while Alicia refused to bond with her. 3 months later, she simply drifted out of our lives. I woke up, she was gone, her things were gone, and our joint account had been cleaned out. I went a little crazy trying to find her. Her family wasn't cooperative, and the private investigators I hired turned up nothing. I had a newborn, and felt at the beginning that Molly needed her mother. But Alicia vanished for an entire year before resurfacing again, in an obituary. Persistence and a few bribes had gotten me the full police and coroner's reports. Molly's mother, whom I had loved for half my adult life, had been found semi-nude on a beach in Majorca. She passed away on the beach that lovely night, of what may have been a deliberate overdose of an illicit substance and medical-grade morphine. Further investigation indicated that she had spent the year and our money jet-setting around Europe, pursuing every pleasure she could get her hands on, unaccompanied by anyone regularly, and contacting no one from her old life. She had been hospitalized for 2 previous suicide attempts, one in London and one in Amsterdam. I've always shielded Molly from the truth about her mother. She only knows that her mother is dead. Not that she abandoned us and destroyed herself. And certainly not that I half blame myself for not taking steps to get Alicia into inpatient treatment before she disappeared. Since then, I've left off dating, focusing on 2 things, raising my daughter and getting my head back together after learning the truth about Alicia. I don't rattle easy, but that genuinely haunts me. I didn't want to go into a new relationship dragging a lot of baggage, so I haven't even thought about it until recently. Then along came Emily. And now I think about it all the time. Seeing Emily bond with Molly, in a way that Alicia never could, makes it even harder not to imagine her as a permanent part of my life, of our lives. But Woodstock loves gossip, and I know what would happen if I actually made Emily that kind of offer. The idea of a rich billionaire marrying a girl half his age, who also happens to be his babysitter, would be tasty gossip fodder. I don't care what the local biddies think of me, but Emily and Molly would have to live with any fallout as well. To spare them, I've forced myself to avoid even the semblance of flirting. But I do care for Emily, and I do really want her. She's a good person, and she deserves to have people around her who care about her. Instead, she's sticking with that leech James, who is taking advantage of her inexperience and loneliness. It's the one thing about her that frustrates me, and I can't blame her for it. Her heart is too big, and she expects too little from others. Far less than I would give her if I had the chance. I rarely want to punch a guy in the face on the first meeting, but this James guy gets to me. I've had a close encounter with someone like him before. Just thinking of James pawing at Emily in public makes my back teeth ache. Emily may not be mine, but someone has to look after her. That may mean stepping in where James is concerned, so I'm always watchful. I don't want to get in her business unless invited, but I'll chuck all decorum out the window if he hurts her. I step back and look at Molly, whose cream stripes and little pink nose are all even now. There we go. Go have a look. I point at the full-length mirror across the bright bathroom, and she hurries over to it and squeals. I lose the fight against grinning. So did I do good? Definitely an A+ job, Daddy. Now, are we gonna pick up Emily? She rocks on her heels, and my smile fades. I'm a little worried that Emily's too caught up in James's web, and will let him keep her home. Let me call her and find out when. I don't want to presume, and end up putting both Emily and Molly at the center of a tense and awkward scene. I punch in Emily's number as we walk out of the bathroom toward the rambling Victorian mansion's giant living room. Both our Goldens sprawl out on the couch. I spent 2 good hours wearing them out by throwing balls and letting them run up and down the grassy slope that separates Emily's house from my own. Neither of them raises their head as we come in, but both start thumping their tails against the couch cushions. Molly goes over to pet them, while I wait for Emily to pick them up. It takes 3 rings. As I wait, I feel my blood pressure going up as I imagine her with James trying to answer the phone. James pulls the phone out of her hands and goes back to whatever inept intimate act he was imposing on her. I have seen her discomfort at the way he paws at her in public. If there was ever a rosy glow of new love between them, he must have spoiled it quickly with all his grabbing antics. My sister Catherine is still on permanent vacation in Majorca, recovering from the scars that her own version of James left her with. As for my brother, he's always been a version of James. When Emily finally picks up, all the air whooshes out of me in relief. Woo? Hey. It's Grant. Molly wants to know if you'll come trick-or-treating with us. Oh, hi. Her voice perks up at once and suddenly, I'm calm again, feeling a mix of warm fuzzies in my chest area and a tightening in my groin. She starts, and I hear the sudden worried hesitation in her voice. I'd like to. I hear rustling in the background, and then a door opens. Who is it, babe? Says a young man's voice, and my eyes narrow in annoyance. My neighbor needs a hand taking his little girl trick-or-treating, she replies in a voice that sounds a touch too cheery. My smile goes lopsided at her small display of cunning. I never said anything about needing her help with Molly, but if anybody asks me, I'll back her story in a second. What? Come on, baby, you have a boyfriend now. You've got to stay home and take care of me. His deep voice wheedles like a kid's. Take care of you? You're a grown-up, she sighs, and I hear her stop to take a deep breath before going on. Just go ahead and yell at him, honey. He deserves every bit of it. But she doesn't, instead answering him with frustrating patience. Look, James. We already talked about this. You're going to your mom's tonight. She speaks slowly and carefully, as if to a child with a volatile temper, and my heart sinks. The hell with that. He starts, laughing off her concerns, trying to sound charming. He's the kind of guy who is used to letting his pretty face get him what he wants, just like his mother. She'll be drunk by 3 in the afternoon anyway. She'll pass out before the servants bring out dinner. It doesn't matter. James, I sat there and listened to you promise her, she urges, but he just laughs some more. I hear rustling again, and a small sound of discomfort from her, and a hot flush of rage runs through me. Let her go, you son of a gun. I want to say it aloud, but yelling through a phone is pointless. Should I go up the hill and rescue her from Mr. Won't Take No for an Answer's grubby paws? I hesitate, my fist clenched, wanting to do just that. Then a small hand tugs at my pant leg. I look down and see Molly gazing up at me solemnly. She holds her hand out for the phone. I shake my head, but she stamps her foot insistently. I've got a plan, Dad. I pause, wondering what my imp is up to, and then hand her the phone. Molly listens for a moment, frowns tremendously, sticks her finger in her ear and yells, I want to talk to Emily right now. The argument over the phone stops at once, and I'm suddenly grinning again. I should be telling her that that's not an inside voice. I don't. She smiles. Hi, Emily. We're dressed as kitties, and we need you to come help us trick or treat. So tell your stupid boyfriend to go back to his mommy. You've got other friends, and he's just being selfish. My grin fades and I stare. My daughter surprises me regularly these days, but this one's a big one. How are you, 9? On the other end of the phone, Emily is laughing, and I hear James go, aw crap, almost sheepishly. Cute plus angry can be a potent combination. Duty calls, sweetie. We've already got plans for tomorrow anyway, and you're out of clothes. Now that wouldn't happen if you let me leave some stuff here, he complains, but she cuts him off gently. James, I haven't even gotten used to living indoors yet. Give me time before I give up my privacy entirely, okay? Her voice is tender and patient, and is the exact same voice she uses with my 9-year-old. Unfortunately, James is less reasonable than even Molly, at her angriest and most overtired. Oh, come on, don't be a coward. I love you. We should be together. All the time. You mean your money and I should be together all the time, you damned parasite. My back teeth are still grinding together, and I hold myself still as Molly hands me the phone. Don't do it, Emily, I mouth, but if he hears me, he'll make even more trouble for her. You shouldn't call me names, she says quietly. It's something Molly says to kids on the playground, but in Emily's mouth, It is grave and edged with tension. James starts to stammer an answer, but she simply raises the phone back to her ear. I need to get changed. You're doing cats? Yes, cat burglars actually. She laughs a little. That's cute. Pick me up in 15 minutes? I give Molly a thumbs up and snort as she bounces in place. Sounds good. See you then. She hangs up, cutting off James in the middle of a protest, and I tuck my phone away, chuckling. James 0, Emily, and people who actually care about her 1. So when do we pick her up? Molly asks, eyes bright with anticipation. We leave in 10 minutes, I announce cheerfully. Yay. She hugs me around my waist, and we sit down on the couch to pet the dogs as we wait. 12 minutes later, we pull up to the curb outside Emily's house. It's one of the other huge old Victorians dotting the woods around Woodstock. She's having the old house refurbished bit by bit while she lives in it. They're not going to finish by winter, but all rooms are livable, and some are already gorgeously restored. She told me once that the house was like her, falling apart in some places, but becoming new and lively again. No wonder James keeps trying to move in there, while she struggles to keep him out. When I first found out that a New York State lottery winner was moving in next door, I expected some brash, newly rich kid. Someone a little bit like James. Instead, I got Emily, endlessly grateful for every bit of her new life. She's told me only a little of the nightmares she's gone through, but I can see a lot of it in her eyes still. She has the haunted expression of someone who spent most of her life so isolated and starved for love that even crappy fake fast food romance, like the kind James is offering, feels good to her. The door bangs open seconds after I pull up, and I see James come stomping out. He doesn't seem to notice my white SUV, which has darkened windows. Hands shoved deep in his pockets, he turns the corner and walks quickly down the street, shoulders hunched against the deepening cold. I watch him, fighting the urge to laugh at him as he retreats back to his mother's house where he belongs. He disappears around the corner at the end of the street, and I sigh with relief. Well, that's one problem out of the way. Temporarily, anyway. Then the door opens again, and I look up, my heart lifting. Emily comes out, her strawberry blonde curls shining in the dying sunlight, a pink puffy overcoat not quite concealing her slim curves. She's not in costume, but as her soft sea blue eyes settle on my SUV and light up, I see she has a sparkly tipped cat teaser toy in her hand.
Chapter 3. Emily.
I know I shouldn't let myself feel guilty about leaving James behind to fend for himself this Halloween. It's not my fault he changed his plans the moment he discovered I had some that didn't involve him. If I ever do anything he dislikes, he makes it seem like I've committed a crime against him. When we first got together, I was so starved for love that I was desperate to please James. Any dissatisfaction he showed was my signal to scramble to make things better, so he would stay, he would still love me. But soon I noticed that all that attention, work, and support I was giving went only one way. He never gave anything back. I've started getting stomach aches whenever I think of James. He is still beautiful, he can still coax a smile from me, and he has tons of friends around town that he promises to introduce me to one day. But after months together, I keep looking at what he says he'll do and what he actually does, and I'm finally seeing the huge differences between the two. The problem is, the man I really want is too good for me. But right now, sitting next to him in his car as we drive around Ulster County looking for houses with welcoming lights, I can pretend that's not true. I can pretend that this is my family. All right, Daddy, don't forget to turn up the road ahead. If we don't get the big house at the top of the hill, you won't get your booze cordials. Molly is using a penlight to peer at a makeshift trick-or-treating map on the clipboard in front of her. Grant chuckles. Wouldn't want that. He sounds just a touch embarrassed, and I smile in the safe, warm dimness of the seat beside him. James doesn't understand that there's a difference between someone who has never been loved and one who has never loved. I might scramble after affection like a starving dog, but that doesn't mean I'm not wary of being poisoned. In the end, like the dog, I have to make a choice: take the risk or spend another night hungry. Without Grant around, I might have been desperate enough to cling to James. But right now, when no one is making demands on me aside from company and a bit of babysitting and car watching, I have something to hang on to besides him. Not just Grant, but the very idea of family, of closeness, of spending time out with people you love, and of holidays that mean something. I can't help but think back on all those desolate years in the group home, with not a single card on Christmas, and only dirty snow clinging to the windows and turkey loaf for dinner. I could never understand why nobody wanted me, but even foster parents would not take me. Instead, I was stuck trying to live peacefully in a place where the rejects go to live. But instead of being a violent kid, disabled, or too defiant to survive anywhere like a lot of the other kids at home, I was just shy and ordinary. I meant no harm to anyone. Yet even the craziest bullies left me alone once they found out about my past. I found out that I used to be called Ebony Christchurch. As difficult as it is to acknowledge, I sometimes wish I had known about my parents' tragic deaths before I grew up. That whole time, I had no idea why nobody wanted to adopt or even foster me. Now I know they were just afraid I would turn out like John and Ellen Christchurch, the biological parents I can't remember. One of the things I like most about Grant is that he knows but he doesn't care. He's told me more than once that it doesn't matter who my parents were, it only matters who I am. I have always tried to be kind, gentle, and thoughtful, not like my father. And not a worm like my mother either. So what's the haul look like so far? I ask Molly cheerfully, forcing my attention away from thoughts of my past. 2.5 bags, including 4 full-size Snickers. Molly declares proudly, and I hear Grant chuckle beside me. Definitely an improvement from last year, except that Mrs. Exeter is now doing fun-sized M&Ms down from full-size last year. Gonna have to downgrade her house. From her tone, she believes this to be a real pity. Then she flips back a few pages on her clipboard and actually marks a checklist. It's all I can do not to giggle when Molly gets going. She's precocious, smart, cute, and sometimes a bit of a pain, but she's 9 after all, and it's never that big of a problem. Grant has done a good job with her. Sometimes, when Molly begs me to stay longer, I wonder if she wouldn't do even better with a mother figure around. But I'm not her mom, I'm her babysitter. I've never had a mom myself, how could I possibly know how to be one anyway? You're very quiet, Grant says speculatively as we pull up at the next house. It's James's mom's mini mansion near the hilltop. My throat tightens. That's James's house, I start, and then go quiet as I realize I have no idea at all how to explain why I don't want us going near it. I'm not sure his mother is giving out candy. Might as well try. Molly chirps and opens the door, bounding out before Grant can follow. Hey, hold up. He looks back at me. Stay in the car where it's warm, I'll take care of this. I nod and he shuts the door, shutting out the chilly air. I sit back against the cushioned seat, sighing out all my air, and watch through the tinted window as he trots after his speedy daughter. She's knocking before he's halfway up the walk, and the door opens. James's tall, blonde mother, face so taut with plastic surgery that it looks stretched over a frame, appears with a pumpkin-colored bowl of candy. She smiles down at Molly, and then something happens that startles me so badly I don't know how to react. James pushes the door wide open, but shoves his mother out of the way as he grabs the candy bowl. He crouches down to address Molly, with a strangely determined look on his face. And he starts asking her questions. I can't tell what he's asking exactly, but between his expression and the quick way she takes a step back from him, I suspect it's pretty aggressive. His mother puts a hand on his shoulder and pleads half-audibly. He shrugs her off and keeps hammering Molly with questions as she backs up another step. Oh damn. She's a kid, what the hell is he doing? Horrified, I reach for the door, but Grant gets there before I can step outside. James looks up as Grant says something and his eyes widen. He scuttles backward through the door as if Grant took a swing at him. Molly points at him and laughs. His mother shoves him out of sight and comes forward with the candy bowl and an apologetic look. I sit back in the seat and close my eyes, sick to my stomach. My face is burning. Being associated with James in any way mortifies me right now, and I don't even know what he said. Oh my, what did he do? As they return to the car, James's mom stands at her door with her hands over her face. Molly is still giggling and Grant is seething. For a moment, used to being the scapegoat, I expected him to start yelling at me. Instead, as Molly snickers and buckles her seatbelt, he sighs. I should have listened when you tried to warn us about this house. Has James been jealous this whole time? He's speaking in as calm a voice as he can manage, but I hear the edge to it that his giggling daughter misses. Jealous? Oh no. Not this again. He's jealous of everyone I spend time with who isn't him, if that is what you mean. Not that kind of jealous. He turns a tight smile on me. He just interrogated Molly about the nature of our relationship. My heart pounds even harder. I'm blushing so hard it hurts. Am I allowed to hate James for this when he's the only one who has ever loved me to any degree? I'm sorry. I should have been more clear. Don't be sorry. It's just that times like this make me wonder why you're with him. He sounds far more worried than annoyed, and I have to fight back tears. It's times like this that make me wonder why I am too. Admitting it eases some of my confusion. We should talk about this. But not right now. He touches my arm and my lips tremble as I squeeze my eyes shut. Molly snorts as she goes back to sorting her loot. He's dumb. He kept asking me the same question over and over. I don't think he listens too well. No, he doesn't, I admit slowly. Really, he seems a little out of it sometimes. It's all the pot and cheap alcohol mixed with the crazy hours he keeps. I'm almost sure of it. Molly giggles again. He wanted to know if you were sleeping with Daddy. My mouth closes suddenly. Oh my. Grant nods, his jaw set. That's not the word he used either. I go very cold inside. What did he say?
Chapter 4. Emily.
You repeatedly asked my neighbor's 9-year-old daughter if I was sleeping with him? Are you completely crazy? We're on my narrow, covered front porch. I've shut the door behind me to keep the heat in and James out. I'm in my fluffy rose-colored robe over a flannel nightie, and the icy wind cuts through both. My voice echoes down the street and off the hills. 2 doors down, one of my neighbors turns off his music to listen. I don't care. I'm not going inside until James is well away from the porch. He's not coming in tonight. If he keeps this up, he's not coming in any night. Calm down, baby, James replies casually with a little smirk on his face, as if he's amused by how upset I am. That can't be the first time she's been asked the question before. He uncurls his hand and shrugs a shoulder. He rambles on, oblivious to my reaction and smirking with his eyes half closed from all the pot, while I turn to ice and stone inside. I can't even understand the noises coming out of his annoying mouth anymore, and when I walk toward him, he doesn't seem to notice. I don't know what I'm going to do until my palm slams against the side of his face, hard enough that it goes numb. He lets out a squawk as he loses his balance on the railing, his once casual stance turning to flailing as he launches off the short stairway. He lands on his butt on the walkway below, with his smirk crumbling into a confused look. Somewhere down the street, I hear howls of laughter. I ignore the laughing and walk slowly down the stairs toward James, all hell and fury in a pink fluffy robe. He blinks and looks around as if trying to figure out if he tripped, and then the blood returns to his cheek, and he claps a hand over it. Ow! I stand over him while the wind plays with my hair, my whole body feeling like it's burning inside. Don't you ever talk about that little girl that way again. His eyes widen as it dawns on him what the hell just happened, and he fixes me with an astonished look. He outweighs me by half, and I'm usually all that is timid and retiring, but suddenly he's on the ground, and my tiny butt is hovering menacingly over him. I wonder if he thinks he's gone crazy. Finally he stammers, You slapped me. Yeah, I did. And there's more where that came from. I move closer to him, and he actually scoots back away from me as I approach. Good. If you ever say or do anything inappropriate to or about Molly or any other child in this town, I will track you down. I will beat your ass and then drag what's left of you down the hill to the police station. My fists clench and my voice trembles, and it takes everything I have not to bend down and hit him again. All he is doing is staring at me, blinking. He isn't making a single bit of effort to get up. Are you on bath salts? He finally mumbles. I guess he never realized the volcano of anger I've been fighting down inside me for so many years. He seems terrified of it now, and is still trying to rationalize my rage. I laugh bitterly. Whatever gets you off my lawn and out of my life, you can feel free to believe. But you really messed up tonight, and since you can't even figure that out, it's time for you to go. I ignore the deep panic welling inside of me and just point down the walk. Let your mother deal with your creepy ass from now on. I'm done. You're breaking up with me? That finally gets him to his feet. His smile wavers back onto his face, and he lets out an incredulous laugh. You're kidding me. Over a kid? No, not over a kid. Over your being so inappropriate with the little girl that I babysit, that I will never allow you around her again. And God help you when her father finds out about this. I take a step towards him. He smirks and stands his ground, and when I don't hesitate, he scuttles back like he did from Grant earlier. Look, okay, I get it, he says as he backs up with his hands spread in front of him. You're obviously upset about something. You're not explaining it well because you're upset, and I don't know, maybe you're premenstrual. I glare at him, and his smile crumbles the rest of the way. I'll come by tomorrow and see if you're feeling better, he mumbles in a rush, and turns to hurry off down the street. Don't bother. I call after him, but inside my guts are already curdling as I feel the connection between us start to fray. Loneliness yawns like a chasm in my future, and for a split second, a wave of terror overwhelms my anger. There will never be anyone once this one is gone, whispers the fear in the back of my head. The cold starts seeping into my bones, and I almost slip as I hurry back inside and lock the door, tears already streaming down my face. I can't get warm even though I know the heat is on full blast. I huddle in my gown and robe on my couch and feel the chill like a patch of ice deep inside me. But despite my panic and despite my pain, I don't call James. He's spent months making me realize that sometimes the loneliness I fear is safer than being with the wrong person. And James isn't just wrong for me, he's wrong for the other people in my life, few though they may be. If he was just a danger to me or to my wallet, that would be one thing. But he showed no consideration for that poor child, and didn't even seem to be aware that he was doing anything wrong. Or maybe he just doesn't care. One of the things I learned during all those lonely nights of my childhood was to force myself to stop dwelling on how unfair it was. I had no one to care for me. Self-pity has only ever brought me down. But right now, it is so hard not to fall into a depression that I feel like I'm being haunted. Every room in my huge house yawns around me like the vacuum of space, deepening the chill inside of me. In my mind, I'm not here, safe in my home anymore. I'm on the street, sleeping beside a dumpster now that I've aged out of the group home I grew up in, scratching bedbug bites that have left scars on my skin for almost a year. I'm starving, having lost 20 pounds in 2 months, not a pound of which I can spare. I'm outside with another group of street kids, nearly getting stabbed over a dry refrigerator box in a rainstorm. I'm sitting through Christmas morning on my bunk, watching a dozen other kids tear open gifts from distant relatives and charities. My hands are empty. I'm in the library, reading old news articles on the computer as I linger there to stay warm, and coming across the story about my parents and how they died. Then my phone is ringing in the pocket of my robe, and I'm back in the present again, my heart pounding as I pull it out. Hello. I mumble, my lips still numb. The feelings from my past recede enough that I can think and talk, even with my face streaked with tears. Hi there. Not James, thank God, but Grant, sounding concerned. I heard yelling. Are you all right? My throat tightens and I squeeze my eyelids shut. I don't want his pity. I don't want to look like a basket case. I don't want to scare him off by seeming needy. I can't risk having one of the only people I actually feel good being around walk out of my life right after James. Emily. Sweetheart. His voice chides me very gently, and I shiver and swallow hard. No lies now. Do you need me to come over? I sniffle and then start sobbing quietly. Yes, I finally admit. I'm on my way.
Chapter 5. Grant.
I can't leave my little girl alone any more than I can leave Emily alone, so I go to Emily's to pick her up and bring her back to my home. The moment I walk into her house and see the lost look in her eyes, I know I'm doing the right thing. Within 5 minutes, I'm ushering her in my door, having wrapped her in a down coat over her robe and helped her into proper shoes. Molly's sleeping, I warn in a hushed voice as I shut the door behind us. She swallows and nods, and I lead her into the house and take her coat. My house is a bit smaller than hers, but it's fully decorated, mostly in warm wood tones, cream, and touches of blue. The dogs have woken up and come padding down the stairs to greet us, feathery gold tails wagging hard as they see Emily. "Hi guys," she says in a weepy voice as she crouches down to hug them and get some doggy kisses. She's breathing raggedly, fighting a fit of tears with all her remaining strength. I don't know exactly what's wrong, but I can guess that it has to do with James's supremely creepy antics earlier. I got an earshot of him within a few seconds of seeing that little creep crouch down to confront Molly. Just that one same question, over and over again. "Hi, honey. If you want candy, I gotta get you to answer something. Is he sleeping with her? No, tell me first, then candy. That's the deal. Is he sleeping with her?" It was all I could do not to lay him out at his mother's feet with one punch for exposing Molly to that. And now it seemed I had to clean up the rest of his mess. At least it is Emily that needs caring for. That is hardly a chore. As I lead her over to the couch with the dogs trailing after, I can feel her shaking. I do my best to keep calm, and keep my voice low as I help her sit down and then sit down beside her. "Can I get you anything, sweetheart?" I ask, covering one of her hands with my own. The dogs flop down at our feet and watch us, both doing the worried eyebrow wiggle dogs do when they sense tension. She smiles sadly. "In a little. Right now, I probably won't be able to keep anything down. Emily, this isn't good. This guy." I hesitate, seeing her lips start to tremble. "Okay, look. How about you talk, and I listen." I drag a box of tissues closer. Her smile is thin and wobbly, ready to go away with the slightest hint of additional pain. But I'm not giving it to her. It's why I'm not sitting there, complaining about the jerk who has latched onto her. Pressuring her to kick James to the curb wouldn't work anyway. It was too easy for her to view it as criticism of her for being victimized. I confronted him about what he did to Molly when he tried to come over. He wasn't even supposed to come over that late. But he didn't care. He started complaining about his mom smothering him, but I know he basically wanted a booty call. The corner of her mouth tugs up a little bit, as if she's taking bitter satisfaction in what happened next. I smile at her encouragingly. "So you gave him hell, huh? Thanks for that. I'm afraid if I did it, he'd end up in the hospital, and me behind bars. I'm not lying when I say that the guy deserves it." "You're probably right. He tried to say that it was fine to talk like that to a 9-year-old. Then he insulted her, and I—" She trails off, going from pale to red and then back again. Might have committed assault against him. I stare. "You punched him? Slapped?" She's red again, but fighting down a tiny, naughty, maybe even proud smile. I knocked him off the porch. He didn't want to come too close to me after that. Damn. She should have dressed as Wonder Woman tonight. I blink at her several times, not sure what to say, and then I have to stifle a laugh behind my hand before I wake up Molly. You're kidding me. No, not at all. He actually was very surprised. But he wouldn't stop no matter what I told him, and he wanted to get into my house when I had already decided not to let him in tonight. She runs a hand back through her tangled curls, which have all but escaped her ponytail. Is this his usual kind of behavior? I thought that you were pretty serious with him. I can't keep the concern out of my voice. He's never been this bad. I think that for a while, he was on his best behavior until he could take a guess at how much crap I would put up with. But he was wrong. She wipes a tear away with her fingers, and I hand her the Kleenex box. You seem pretty upset for someone who just dropped about 170 pounds of dead weight, honey. I can't help but move closer and slip an arm around her. She shivers, and for a moment I hesitate and almost pull away, but then she moves closer and throws an arm around my chest. It takes everything I have to ignore my body's immediate response to her warm softness pressed against me. I haven't had a romantic partner in over 6 months, and I'm suddenly remembering how much I miss it. I force myself to just sit there, enjoying her sweet smell and her shining hair spilling onto my shoulder as she lays her cheek against me. He's the only one who's ever loved me, she mumbles, and I go cold. I hesitate. If I say that wasn't love, it could throw her deeper into despair. I could confess my own feelings for her and hope that she trusts it. I have to step carefully, because as loving and thoughtful as Emily is, she is also inexperienced as hell and scarred. She's confided some about her lack of a family, and I've done the research on her biological parents. The newspaper articles, the morgue reports on her father's victims. I have always hoped that maybe she hasn't actually read all those things, but I know it's a vain hope. It's her personal history, after all. Sweetheart, I'm sorry, but you're wrong, I say finally, reaching over to stroke her hair as she clings to me. He's not the only person to love you. He's just the first person, and he isn't very good at it. He doesn't treat you well or the people you care about. And anyone who can't be trusted around a kid probably can't be trusted with your heart or body either. She presses her lips together, and those sea blue eyes get bright again. I just want to cuddle with her until this all goes away. But I can't, can I? I'm too old for her. You don't see me as a kid? She asks softly. Huh? Oh. No, I don't. I never have. You're younger than me, but you're far from a child. Have I treated you like you are? She thinks about it for a moment. I don't have much experience, she admits quietly. Not with people treating me like I'm not just grown, but acceptable. A sudden ugly suspicion fills my head, and she looks at me in alarm as I tense up. It's okay, I mumble and start stroking her hair again. I just need to ask you some things about James. If it turns out that that creep has been playing on her insecurities to get his way, I may just beat the hell out of him, grieving mother or no grieving mother. I don't even care if she sues me. She raises her head from my shoulder, her eyes bleary and confused. What is it? Does James know about your past? I ask her softly. I'm praying that I'm wrong about all this, and that he's just another dumb kid with no self-discipline or social skills. I told him I was an orphan and grew up in a group home. He knows I'm here because I won the lottery, and that I was on the streets for a while before that. She still sounds confused. Why? Did you tell him anything about your real name or your parents? Like you told me? I am keeping my tone as gentle as possible. I can't just tell her that this prick is bad for her and expect it to stick, or expect her to feel strong and supported enough to act on it. I can already tell that James isn't going to let this lie, not after today's drama. He's a dumb, arrogant kid with an attitude problem. He won't know when to let something like this go. More than that, he's a parasite, and he'll be reluctant to give up someone he's using. He was spoiled as a kid, and learned to bank on his looks and manipulation to get everything he ever wanted. He won't believe for a second that, slap or no slap, Emily actually meant it when she dumped him tonight. Her coppery brows draw together. No, I didn't. I mean, I almost told him my old name since I don't think he even knows how to do a Google search. But I never told him that part of my life. Not one bit of it. A huge wave of relief runs through me. To someone like James, a secret like Emily's murderous parents would only be ammunition. If he ever finds out the whole story, I know it will be all over Woodstock in a matter of days, and poor Emily will suffer because of it. So you trusted me with that information, but not him? Why? Again that puzzled look, as if she hadn't given much thought to it before. Instinct, she says quietly. That, and I'm taking care of your kid. If you found out I was hiding something like that, you might not trust me anymore. I give her a supportive smile. I want to think that I would understand better than you think, sweetheart, but that wasn't my point. I rub my chin. Let me put this another way then. Would you ever trust James with that information? No, she says immediately and then pauses. I can see her mind chewing all this over, and she doesn't seem very happy with the conclusion she's drawing. He's used the homeless and orphan part against me in arguments, and when he's wanted something. Telling him my parents, it would be a shock, I know. But maybe, just maybe, it would make him see things differently. Maybe he'd finally understand the pain I've carried, the fear that's always been with me. Her eyes widened, and even though I felt bad that I had to put her through this turmoil to bring her to these realizations, most of what I felt was relief. She's getting there. Look, sweetheart, I know it's your life, and I admit I have some ulterior motives, but the bottom line is, I care about you. I don't want to see you hurt by this guy or anyone else. We're cuddling again, and her eyes are dry now as she gazes up at me. She has relaxed a little bit. I told him to go away, she murmurs, and I nod at her. But is that good enough? No. I'm sorry, but chances are no. Chances are, he's going to show up with flowers or bud or some gift that might actually be thoughtful, and he's going to try every day until he wins you back. I feel terrible telling her all this. So he's devoted, but only because he wants something from me. Money. Intimacy. She laughs sadly and has to reach for another tissue. I'm sorry, sweetheart. It's part of why I keep saying that you deserve better. Because you really, really do. You deserve to be with someone who will make you happy. Someone like me. It's on the tip of my damn tongue, but I can only imagine the emotional whiplash that would cause. How do you know so much about what James will do? She doesn't sound suspicious, just surprised. You don't seem like the kind of person who would end up treating a girl like that, even when you were James's age. I've got about a decade on James, which of course is a lot of time for growing up, but something in her tone catches my attention. How old did James tell you he is? 3 years older than me. 22. She gives me a blank look as my heart sinks. Why? Sweetie, he's almost 30. Her eyes widen in horror, and I sigh, suddenly wishing I had a joint. I don't keep any in the house with Molly around, though. What? My heart sinks at the horror in her tone. She really doesn't like older guys, I think, with a mix of disappointment and self-disgust. Look, I know you have lived in Woodstock for a lot of years, but Her eyes track back and forth in shock and horror. Yeah, well, he's a local kid and he's always pissing somebody off, so word gets around. He's a bad case of arrested development. A very bad case. Always in denim and hoodies or skater wear, dressing like a teenager, acting like one too. Working shitty low-level jobs because he has no focus. Hanging out with younger kids and pretending to be one because he can't keep friends long, and the new crop will think he's cool because he brings the weed. Woodstock has always been full of people like James, male and female, never wanting to grow up or support themselves or anyone else. I love my town, but it's got problems, and James is absolutely one of them. Oh gosh, how? I mean, how can someone get to be almost 30 and be that childish? She says in shocked disgust. I understand him maybe being spoiled as a kid, and I know people my age don't always make the best decisions, but he's She trails off, hands over her face, and I pet her hair and wait for her. Finally, she lifts her head, still looking a bit sniffly and red-eyed. You never answered my question. How do you know so much about guys like James anyway? I hesitate. I don't want to bring up my idiot younger brother Evan, unless I have to. Not yet. I have seen guys like James before. I went to Yale with a ton of them. They don't have money of their own since they won't actually work, but they're really used to living lavishly off other people's money. So once their parents get sick of them, they latch onto someone else. I gesture for a moment, trying to come up with the best way of saying this. You are new to being wealthy, you are very young, and you have very little social and romantic experience. You also tend to withdraw from people. I say this as kindly as I can, but she still looks a little embarrassed and has to wipe her eyes again. James is a predator and an opportunist. He probably thought you would be an easy target. I'm just really glad he was wrong. Me too. She takes a shivery breath. Love shouldn't hurt this much. I don't know much about it, but I do know that much. No, it never should. Something is wrong if it does. I wish I could have found her before James, so I could have helped her build up her sense of self-respect before he had a chance to pounce. I don't know if he conned her into being intimate yet, but I know he must have made a pest of himself trying. I'm so glad I never said yes to him moving in, she murmured in breathless horror. Maybe I should take a break from dating. I've even thought about just giving up and being that spinster lady with 1,000,000 pets, she mumbles. I feel the amount of alarm she puts on this is almost ridiculous. Please don't do that. At least not the spinster part. I laugh awkwardly and she blinks. I speak hastily. Every unmarried man in the state of New York would be disappointed if you did that, including me. Now she really is staring at me because I really did just put my foot in it, in a gigantic way. I just gave away everything. I feel like an awkward idiot. She just broke up with someone. Even if I wasn't twice her age. She darts forward suddenly, and I feel her soft little lips caress my own. I freeze in place, absolutely astonished, and stare down at her, blinking. My whole body is thrumming with the urge to return the kiss and do a whole lot more. Instead, I hold still, my arms still around her, but let her call the play. I'll keep that in mind for when I'm over this mess, she says softly, and I feel my heart leap with relieved amazement.
Chapter 6. Emily.
I'm sleeping in my bed, but somehow I'm also back in Grant's living room, curled in his arms with the dogs at our feet, kissing him. Everything is hazy and sweet, but underneath all that is my hunger to feel more of him. His mouth, his hands, his body. What I feel for Grant is far more real than what I felt for James, because there's nothing forced or uncomfortable about it. James's attention lured my starving heart, lured me all the way into bed with him. It's not that I didn't feel any desire for him. He is handsome, and I did want him at first. But in spite of my initial desire for him, what happened after I joined him in bed killed my desire and left me frustrated. Not to mention disgusted and in need of a shower. Love isn't supposed to be like that, Grant reassured me on that weepy night I broke up with James, and more than once in the week since. I believe him. And after his admission and that kiss, I'm starting to understand what it might feel like with the right man. He's twice my age. People will talk. I don't know if I could ever be a good mom to Molly. But still, here I am on the couch with him again for the third night this week. We kiss with no misgivings, no fear. The lights go out. The feeling of his hands on me grows vague as my dreaming mind gropes for tender sensations and finds no memory to pin these feelings on. Instead, we kiss and kiss endlessly until I feel his weight sink down over me, and my desire and bliss grow so sharp and strong they wake me up. I sit up, gasping in the dark with my whole body trembling. The fact that it's a dream disappoints me deeply, but I know it's for the best. Grant is interested, and so am I. But I have healing to do. Grant and Molly have invited me to Thanksgiving and Christmas. I tell my financial advisor, Aura Northman, during our monthly check-in a week and a half later. It's my first time I'm celebrating. Aura is in her 40s and built like a fertility goddess, with long jet black micro braids, bronze skin, generous features, and intense dark eyes that stare at me shrewdly. Emily, the more you tell me about that group home you grew up in, the more I think they were crazy to put you there. How does that place still have its license? I don't know. Grant sometimes talks about suing them. But I'm wondering if exposing them wouldn't do more. I have enough money now. I don't know what I would do if I had the kind of money Grant has. I can hardly figure out what to do with my millions, but never mind a couple of billions. I know he's invested heavily in many charity and community programs and that he has a huge trust fund for Molly. But my $18 million after taxes is more than enough for me. Especially with Aura guiding me in how to manage it. That's an interesting idea, but you have to do it in a way that won't lead to them suing. Though provoking them to make the first move legally might actually be shrewd if you're planning to see them in court anyway. She winks and I fight a smile. Maybe. Right now I have some more immediate problems, and I squirm in my plush velvet seat as I sit across the desk from her. The chairs are done up in rosewood and deep burgundy, and the velvet hisses slightly against the back of my forest green wool dress. Emily, you know I told you to come to me with anything. I know you're kind of short on friends right now, since you're out on your own for the first time. It hasn't been that long. I'm just glad to hear Grant and Molly are stepping up. Now what's this about that boy James? I broke up with him, I say, and she cracks a smile. Well, it's about time. We'll have to celebrate. Her eyes twinkle and I know what that means, sugar-loaded cappuccinos at the coffee shop on the corner. Her office in Poughkeepsie is home to a lot of cafes, being right near the college campus. Sounds good. Grant doesn't need me for Molly until late morning tomorrow, so I don't mind a late drive back. I'm proud of myself for getting so used to driving. I have gotten good at it with Grant and Aura's careful help. Good. She checks the figures on her laptop. Well, we're seeing the same kind of slow but steady growth on your mixed investments. Precious metals will be up all through this half of the year thanks to the holidays and end-of-year investments, so you'll see a bonus here. On a conservative estimate with your mixed portfolio, you'll be seeing roughly $1 million a year after taxes. How much that grows will depend on how much you reinvest. I nod, struggling to follow along, as my head is still full of gossip about James and Grant. It's a staggering amount. I can't even imagine how I could spend $1 million a year. Probably at least half of it. That's wise. She types a few notes as I sit there thinking. And then it comes to me. The mess that James has left me with leaves my head altogether for one amazing moment of clarity. I've got it. You've got what? Aura raises an eyebrow, and her hands drift toward her keyboard. Buy it. She blinks once and then both her eyebrows go up. Buy Cranberg House? The group home where you grew up? If I sue them, that place will collapse completely, and the kids still stuck there will have nowhere to go, with no fault of their own. If I buy the owner out, fire any of the staff who are part of the problem, and take over. Aura's face brightens. Now, this sounds like an actual plan for your future besides recovering from everything in my new house like you've been doing so far. She leans forward, fingers steepling. Tell me more. By the time we leave for the coffee house, we have the basic outline of a plan to approach the absentee owner of Cranberg House about selling. We both order peppermint mochas with ridiculous amounts of whipped cream and a pair of cannolis that threaten both my outfit and my waistline, but at the moment, I barely care. Even with the mess of my breakup, I have things to look forward to now. The gentle heat that's growing between me and Grant. My growing investments. My developing life goals. The list of good things coming my way keeps getting longer. And as for my past, well, it will be a great help knowing that the place that stole my childhood won't have a chance to do that to anyone else. Maybe I really can handle this whole adulting thing after all, and maybe I'm more than just a lucky lottery winner. Maybe it will all be okay if I can get rid of James for good. So, I know we didn't have time for it during your hour, but I was wondering what happened with your now ex-boyfriend. Have you seen him since you threw him out? Aura slices the tip of one of the cannolis with the edge of her fork and scoops it into her mouth. Every single night around midnight, he gets drunk and tries to come by to make up. The neighbors have called the cops on him twice. I sigh and take a sip of my drink, then wipe cream off the end of my nose. So you've never let him in? I shake my head. I have managed to stay strong, mostly because of Grant and Molly. Molly needs to be as far away from James as possible, just like me. As for Grant, unlike James, who half-assed everything, Grant's actions, his words, and that kiss tell me that he is offering the real thing. I am tired of living on emotional scraps. I want this. I don't want James. No. Once I found out he's 28 and has been scamming rich women for a decade, I was done. He's 28? Her perfectly lined brows go up before crumpling in disgust. You. I suddenly find myself rushing to defend something. It's not his age. I would actually prefer someone more mature than me, but James lied. He's also less mature than me by a lot. Yeah, I'm getting that impression. So what about this guy, Grant? You're spending the holidays with him. I know he's a little old for you, but have you ever thought? Aura props her chin on her hand and gives me a thoughtful little half-smile. I mean, it sounds like you're already becoming a part of his life. I take a deep breath and come out with it. Aura is very observant and doesn't like her intelligence being insulted. I love him. And I know he likes me. He's even attracted to me. I just don't know. I chew my lip and then distract myself with a few bites of my cannoli. You don't know what, honey? Aura sits back, an amused look in her eyes. It sounds pretty straightforward to me. You love the guy and he sounds good to you. As for James, well, his mom can take care of him since she's the one who spoiled him. A weight lifts off my heart at her words, but the apprehension behind it doesn't quite go away. I haven't ever been in love before. What if I mess things up? She gazes at me with those shrewd eyes, and I feel a little foolish, but she's still smiling. Then you apologize, learn from it, and try again. Relationships don't usually die on one screw-up, honey. They die from people's refusal to grow and learn to do better by each other.
Chapter 7. Emily.
I'm still thinking about Aura's advice as I pull into my driveway. I drove happily the whole way home. Under the bright moonlight and the glare from the highway lights, I listened to soundtracks from some of my favorite movies so the lyrics didn't distract me from the road. My heart was full of optimism thanks to my time with Aura, and that feeling lasted up until the moment my headlights splashed across James lounging against my garage door. For a moment, I fantasize about hitting the gas instead of the brakes and sending him flying through the heavy wood door. I can afford a really good lawyer now, after all. But then I force myself to stop and calm down as best I can. I'm not like my father. Still, I'm good and angry when I finish locking my car and turn to go up the walk. I walk right past James, ignoring him as he tries to talk to me, and only hesitate when I reach the edge of my porch. It's even colder than the night we broke up, my breath misting and a few flakes of snow drifting down. Hey, he calls after me, sounding shocked and outraged. His hand grabs my shoulder, and my skin crawls as I immediately struggle to shake him off. Come on, Emily. You won't even talk to me. I spin around, breaking his grip, my eyes flashing. Do not put your hands on me. You've lost that privilege for good. His hands go up as his eyes widen. Damn, don't hit me again. I put my hands on my hips to keep them from going around his throat. You are pushing 30, James. Do not pull the scared little boy crap with me. And don't play stupid either. You know why I have a problem with you right now. So get the hell off my land. I don't know how I keep my voice down, but apparently, the look on my face is enough to unnerve him. But he still stupidly stands his ground. This isn't fair, Emily. So I lied about my age, and wasn't polite to some stupid kid you're babysitting. The hell with that brat and her dad, it's not like you need the paycheck. Fear of consequences is not the only reason to be a decent person, James. But if that's the only thing that will work for you, then that's fine. I'll get a restraining order. Or seconded Grant's opinion that I should get one, and after this, I'm sold. A restraining order? The incredulous laugh in his voice makes me sick. That's completely crazy, Emily. Come on, baby, don't be like this. Don't do this. I love you. No, you don't, okay? Stop it, James. You want my money and my body. You don't want me. And you don't even need any of that, because if your mother will keep putting up with you after you accost a child right in front of her, she is never going to cut you loose. How am I keeping my voice so even? Wrong. Geez, you are so wrong. The laugh in his voice sounds more nervous than mocking now. Of course I want you. Your money and your booty are all just part of the package. And I like the package. He gives me a sleazy smile, and my stomach lurches. But you don't care about what's inside, I mumble. I turn to walk away, and he tries to grab me again. Neither of us have raised our voices. Neither one of us has knocked anything over. Yet somehow, someone has noticed us. I discover that Grant has let his dogs off their leash mid-walk, when two big barrel-chested streaks dart up the walk and skid to a stop right beside me. Pogo and Mike stand at each of my flanks, and one of them, Mike I think, lets out a deep growl. James skitters backward again, and I glare at him. Look. You had several chances. You messed up, you lied, and you keep doing both. You never learn. I cannot deal with that in my life. Go back to your mother and let her take care of you. I need to take care of myself. His mouth works, but he hears Grant's heavy tread coming fast through the dark and looks down into the snarling faces of two very protective dogs. And finally, he backs off, shooting me a petulant glare. You know, I get it. You're gonna be a bitch to me for a while because you like kids, and I don't. That's fine. I'll find a way back in. Hey! Grant shouts, his voice as growly as those of his dogs, and James darts off into the night like a scared boy half his age. There's a pause, and then, to my shock, Grant runs right past my gate and after James. Oh crap! Everything seizes up inside of me, and I worry for a moment that this is going to end very badly. Grabbing both dogs' leashes, I let them tug me to the end of the walk, but no further. Heel. Thank God they both agree. I can't see the pair on the dim street beyond my front yard, but I can hear their hushed, harsh conversation. Look, man, what is your problem? James whines. Stop stalking that girl, comes Grant's cold reply. Leave her alone. Do not bother her again, or I'll make sure you do a lot more than sit in the drunk tank until mommy picks you up. What the hell? Hey, that's my girlfriend. We're just going through a rough patch. Mock indignation replaces James's wheedling tone. It's none of your business. It is my business. She's my neighbor, my daughter's caretaker, and my friend. She dumped you weeks ago. Now lay off with the stalker crap and go home. Hey, screw you, man. She is mine. You're not moving in. The sudden sound of a scuffle cuts off his voice for a few moments. Ow. Man, what the hell? You're the idiot who accosted my daughter with inappropriate questions. She is 9. I have already described the incident to the local cops. Believe me, they are watching your every move now, and if they don't get you, I will. There's so much danger and rage in Grant's voice that it even scares me. Yet somehow, most of what I feel is gratitude. Look, I was drunk. That's no excuse. Get out of here and stay off this street. I hear James's footsteps scrambling off down the damp sidewalk. My heart is beating so hard that I can't move. I realize that their conversation waded into violent territory, and it scares me. Then Grant walks into sight and comes toward me with worry in his eyes. You okay? I shake my head. I'm so tired of this. I never know when he's going to pop up outside my house. He takes me into his arms and hugs me tight, his down coat rustling under my cheek like a pillow. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'm glad I was outside when he started this. The cold makes voices carry. I cling to him, closing my eyes. I don't want to be alone tonight, I whisper. He freezes for a moment and then draws in a long, shuddering breath. Then he leans back to look down at me. Okay then. Let's pack you a few things. You're staying at my place tonight, and in the morning I'll drive you to the police station to file that restraining order. Thank you, I mumble into his chest as the dogs mill around our legs.
Chapter 8. Emily.
Grant insists on being a gentleman. He gets me and my clothes bundled into one of his guest rooms, has a drink with me, and tenderly kisses me goodnight. Then he drives me up the wall by leaving and going down the hall to climb into his own bed. Both dogs are in with Molly. I lie there in my bed in the cute mint green silk nightie I packed and wonder if I dare go down that hall as well. I lie there trying to sleep for several long minutes, but the thoughts of Grant's kiss won't go away. Finally, I get up, trembling in anticipation as much as with nerves, and creep down the hall. His door is ajar. I listen to it for a moment and then slip inside, closing it quietly behind me. His bedroom is enormous, dominated by a huge sleigh-frame bed with elaborate carvings and a nest of down comforters. He breathes softly in its embrace, and I move to his side, staring down at his sleeping face. I hope I'm not overstepping myself, but maybe he's been waiting for me to make a move this entire time. I slip in under the covers, and he stirs against me, rolling toward me with a grunt. Too late, I realize that he's almost completely without any clothes, except for a pair of loose drawstring shorts. The heat of his skin sinks into me through the thin silk of my nightie, and I nestle in beside him, already filling with a drowsy delight at his closeness. He stays asleep, he must be exhausted. One arm slides limply around me, and he buries his face in my hair. My whole body tingles, and without any real knowledge of how to go about these things, I twine one leg around his thigh and rub my body softly against his side. This time, he lets out a little rumble and pulls me closer. My belly flutters. I would never have been this bold with James. But I'm realizing now that James never really did much to attract my attention, or my desire. He just got in my face with what he wanted, and expected me to deliver. And I did, for a while. I don't want to push Grant away, ever. I want to draw closer to him until his warmth sinks all the way in, and drives away the chill from deep in my bones. I want to wake up next to him, not some snoring mouth breather who drinks himself to sleep every night. Grant's eyes still haven't stirred. I grow braver, climbing atop him as he lies on his back. I draw the quilts around us as I go, so our skin doesn't get chilled. I am settling in when his eyes finally open, and he smiles. I freeze for a moment, feeling a little guilty but unbelievably turned on as well. The corner of his mouth tugs up, and he licks his lips. I was hoping you'd come visit. Oh, I murmur, swallowing hard as chills and waves of heat running through me in turns. Good. Eventually, he draws me down to his chest, smiling into my hair. I love you, sweetheart, he whispers. I'm not letting you go after this. Don't, I murmur against his throat, tears pricking my eyes. Don't ever let me go.
Chapter 9. Grant.
I didn't let Emily go. James still can't be persuaded to leave her alone, but since he has not actually been violent, we couldn't get her an emergency restraining order, and the regular process was delayed by the holidays. So as a solution, Emily came to stay at my home full-time. She's staying in her own room while we try to figure out what to tell Molly. Emily has moved many of her clothes and her laptop in, though she never actually sleeps in that guest bed except to take naps. She sleeps with me, well, eventually she sleeps. We ate Thanksgiving dinner together and talked about what we wanted to do for Christmas. Emily looks after Molly while I go to meetings, and when I scramble around looking for a proper Christmas gift for the woman I hope to propose to soon. I don't want to rush her, but every time I wake up to her face, I know that Emily is my second chance at a real love match and someone who could love my daughter as much as I do. And she seems so much happier with us. She's even stopped having nightmares. No thanks to James, though. I hear him banging on the door downstairs and open an eye, checking my watch. 2:15, exactly 15 minutes after the last bar in Woodstock closes for the night. Emily stirs and I kiss her temple, whispering in her ear, "Shush, I'll take care of it." James is blocked on Emily's cell phone and her house phone now. We have two of my security guys from the city looking after her house in case that idiot decides to throw another rock through her window. I personally deliver Molly to and from play dates, doctor appointments, and school, and every time that idiot James tries to tail us anywhere, I swing right past the police department and he scurries off. The police are getting as tired of his crap as we are, and every time I call them on him, his mother ends up crying on the phone to me about having to bail him out again. I'm losing patience with her as well. Nobody should ever have this big of a blind spot about their offspring. I just pray I can do a lot better by Molly. I'm in flannel pajama pants with my robe hanging open when I show up downstairs and look out the spy hole. James is out there, eyes bleary, face red, and hair mussed. He's forgotten his coat, and his breath is misting. He steps forward to bang again, and I open the door and step outside in my slippers, ignoring the chill. "Get off my porch," I instruct James in a low, cold voice. He stares at me angrily. "Leave, James," I sigh, and he spits at me. I duck aside, and it strikes the door. I take a half step forward. He scrambles backward away from me, his face screwing up petulantly. "You stole my girl, you piece of crap." "Nobody stole anything from you. You drove Emily away, and now you're stalking her." "I didn't steal her, I'm protecting her." "From you." I stare into his eyes, but there's no recognition there. He can't even see that what he's doing is wrong. No, you're tricking her, and you're keeping her from me." He stabs a finger in my direction, spit spraying from his lips. "And you better give her back before I take away someone of yours." I go cold and feel my fists clench hard enough that my knuckles crack. One, she's a person, not an object, and you're the one who drove her away. Two, if you ever threaten me or mine again, the police will be picking you up from the hospital. He stares back at me defiantly, his chest heaving, and I take another step in his direction. The little coward darts away, leaving me standing there shivering more with anger than with cold. We don't hear from him again for weeks after that, as the year rolls on toward its close. Christmas decorations go up, and we get a live tree like we always do, which we'll plant among its fellows on one side of my yard. I make sure to make the yard ablaze with light from Christmas decorations, leaving as few shadows as possible that James could hide in. I don't trust his silence, even though it means Emily gets some relief for a while. It's the first week of December, when she belatedly gives me the best idea for a Christmas present. "Would you mind if we visited Cranberg House over Christmas?" she asks softly. "Some of those kids won't get gifts this year." "We should bring them Christmas too since you came from there," Molly agrees firmly, and I laugh and nod, my concession outnumbered. "I'll make some calls, I promise." Locked in my office, I phoned the director of Cranberg, who is on vacation. Most of the staff too. The skeleton crew left includes Marcy, a new caretaker who sounds younger than Emily and a little baffled. It takes her some persuading, including some compensation for her time, but finally she agrees to make the arrangements. We all go into a whirlwind of buying and preparing as we grab everything 10 kids will need for a good Christmas: food, gifts, a tree, games, and all. Their dinner will be on the 22nd, which is the closest day to Christmas when we can get enough staff to take a shift to help us pull it off. Late that morning, the three of us were busy running back and forth to the SUV, packing it full of everything we needed to roll up to Cranberg and bringing the party with us. We're about halfway through. The dogs are locked in the basement playroom to keep them from getting underfoot, and I'm lugging a stack of boxes out the door when Emily says suddenly in a high, nervous voice, "Where's Molly?" For a moment my train of thought derails, and I feel a chill roll down my spine. She's probably in the bathroom, I try to tell myself, but I know Emily's instincts for danger are keener than mine. "Molly?" I call out from the porch at the top of my lungs. Silence. My world seems to freeze around me, and then a surge of white-hot adrenaline roars through me, thawing me in an instant. "Molly!" "Stay here," I order Emily, in case Molly wanders up while I'm running around like a madman. I start looking around everywhere, the house, the yard, the neighbor's yard. Nothing. And slowly my mind comes to the only conclusion it can: James. His threat rings in my head as I race around the side yard, back toward Emily. "It's James, he must have grabbed her," I growl, pulling out my cell to call the police. I then noticed she already had hers out. "What are you doing?" "We didn't hear a car, so he's on foot. It's been under 5 minutes, and I've been watching the street. You would have seen him if he tried to cut through the yard, and both your neighbors have dogs. So he must be hiding with her nearby. That just angers me more." "Molly." I call and listen hard for an answer. "I'm gonna kill this guy." "Are you calling the cops?" "No," she says with a grim tone. "I'm unblocking James and calling him." "He can't be stupid enough not to mute his phone," I start, and then remember who I'm talking about, and suddenly feel a bit better about my daughter's odds. A few seconds later, "Twerk It" blares out loudly from a nearby neighbor's bushes. I cross the street in about 2 long steps and dive into the massive branches. James is there, crouched with his hand over Molly's mouth and staring at me in wide-eyed panic. "I'll hurt her," he warns, and then yells in pain as Molly bites his hand. I yank his arm from around her, and she bolts out of the bushes, running for Emily with a high-pitched scream. Still holding his arm, I use it to yank him all the way out of the bushes and into the middle of the street. He sprawls on the blacktop, then scrambles up, looking between me and Emily with growing worry. His jaw sets, and he takes a step toward my girls, as if planning to try and take a hostage again. My fist crashes into the side of his head before he's halfway there. He wobbles completely around, stumbles, pitches forward, and lands in a heap at Emily's feet. He looks up at her blearily, and Molly steps forward and kicks him between the eyes. "Jerk. You smell too. And you're stupid." James just lies there, probably playing dead, so no one will hit him again. I pull Molly back into a tight hug, and she wiggles a bit before relaxing. She's still more furious than scared, and I'm proud of her, just as I am of Emily. It's a bad lesson to have to teach Molly. Violence doesn't solve anything unless it's something like a complete idiot trying to kidnap you from your family. Then violence is often what's needed and deserved. I just wish she could have been a little older before she had to learn that. Emily hurries to my side. I grab her with my other arm and hug my girls tight. "Sorry, sweetheart, we're gonna be a little late bringing dinner. I gotta drop this guy off with the cops first." She nods, sighing tiredly. "That's fine. I know we'll get there." We get there at 7 and order massive amounts of pizza, so the kids aren't waiting for us to roast the turkey. There are 10 of them, all ages, all kinds, most disabled in one way or another. Some of them can't stop fighting even during dinner, and eye us suspiciously when we bring gifts. None of them remember Emily, and the staff had turned over so much that nobody there that night was working there when this was her home. But several of the kids do seem happier for our visit, and that's good. They're going to be seeing a lot of us soon. 3 days later, I wake up around dawn, curled around Emily from behind, and looked out the window to see snow falling past the panes in thick feathery flakes. Molly hasn't stirred yet, I know, because as soon as she's fully awake, she'll be here like a shot demanding presents, with 2 rambunctious dogs on her heels. I smile and settle back in, burying my nose in Emily's hair. She stirs and rolls over, opening her eyes blearily, and I kiss her on the nose. "Good morning," I murmur. Emily smiles. "Good morning." It's been a rough 3 days. We're pressing charges against James for his kidnapping attempt, but his mother's being a pest about it, and we'll likely hire him a very good lawyer. It will be something of a long haul to get rid of him for good, but that's fine. I'm willing to fight for my new family. She murmurs as pull her closer. How much time do we have before we deal with Christmas morning stuff? Enough, I'm sure, I reply as I lean over to kiss her. As if on cue from outside my door we hear, Dad? It's Christmas. Emily bursts into giggles as I back off and grin sheepishly. Or not.
The end. We hope you enjoyed this short story. Now please continue with another romance short story. His Secret Baby, a Bad Boy Billionaire Romance. Chapter 1. Marina.
The nightmares come just when they always do. It's 5 in the morning, and I find myself once again sitting up shaking as chills of terror rack my body. I press my fist against my lips reflexively, stifling a scream so that it comes out only as a tiny squeak. For a few moments I ball up, face between my knees, shivering. But then, the sweet spicy smell of scented candles brings me back to reality. I look around as I catch my breath. I'm in my room, in my home, safe. The vast chamber is empty except for me. The polished brass of my bedframe gleams in the moonlight spilling through my bedroom windows. Everything is still, peaceful. But I'm bathed in cold sweat, and my chest hurts from how hard my heart is beating. And yet I can't remember anything about the dream that put me into such a state. Crap. Again. I wrap the wool comforter closer around me and huddle under it, breathing deeply until the shaking stops. This happens at least a few times a week, but I've never managed to get used to it, even after 5 years. These dreams have been haunting me since James Shea, my father, died. Seething with frustration over my interrupted sleep, and the terror I can't do anything about, I get up and change into a sports bra and yoga pants. At least this time, I manage not to scream aloud and wake up Uncle Bradley. Uncle Bradley is another fixture of the last 5 years. He moved in right after Father's murder, and I've been living with him ever since. I don't technically need a guardian anymore, but after 5 years, I've gotten pretty used to having him around. It was a real comfort at first, and a necessity, as I was only 15 when he volunteered to be my legal guardian. It's a little awkward now that I'm a grown woman, but he insists on keeping an eye on me. If I scream too loud, his tall, chubby form will come shoving through my doorway, never knocking, his robe flapping around him and his small gray eyes focused on me like lasers. It's a good thing I've never felt inclined to start sleeping in anything sensual, or to bring a boyfriend home. That would definitely make everything even more awkward, especially considering Uncle Bradley's nosiness. He always wants to know everything that I'm doing, but I forgive him because I know damn well why he's so overprotective. He's the one who had to come home and break the news to me after that assassin sabotaged my dad's car. He's the one who helped me get through it all, even when the trauma left my memories in tatters. We're the only members of the family left now that Mom's left the country, and I know he worries about losing me too. I'm really not sure what I would have done without him, so I don't mind a little intrusiveness. But not when I'm trying to sleep. I unroll my exercise mat over the muted pink and green carpet and start my stretches. Sometimes yoga can help me relax enough to fall back to sleep. If that doesn't work, I'll go straight to combat practice so I don't waste any time. I've always been pretty athletic, but I didn't start intensive training until after Dad died. I knew basic self-defense and had practiced yoga since I was 12, but I didn't start learning Kali until the moment I stood at his graveside, back when I made my most important promise. Uncle Bradley's shown me the evidence, Father. I know your death wasn't an accident. I'll find the man that sabotaged your car, and I'll bring him down. I swear, Daddy, I'm going to send him wherever you are so you can personally kick his pretty Italian ass every day of the afterlife. It's harder to get in a good session without my practice dummy, but I know better than to drag it out of my closet right now. The grunts and thuds will bring Bradley out of a sound sleep. He's a strange guy, Uncle Bradley. He's kind but smothering, protective but disinterested in the details of my life. He's also supportive of my efforts to avenge his brother, but is weirdly unwilling to understand my need to get fighting fit before I face my father's murderer. Striking out at open air, shadow boxing in the scant moonlight shining on my wall through the windows, I think hard about Armand Rossini. About how I'm going to destroy him. Armand Rossini is a man who's been on my mind almost constantly for the last 5 years. The unusually handsome garage attendant first caught my eye when Dad brought his blue Mercedes in for maintenance, but he has my attention now for a much different reason. He was the one who worked on Dad's car. It was that same car that Dad was driving up the mountain alone, fresh from the garage, when the brakes suddenly gave. We sued the garage and demanded all the information they had on their new employee, who had suddenly disappeared after the accident. Everything the garage had turned out to be false. He was the one. Uncle Bradley confirmed it. Rossini wasn't a mechanic at all, but one of Interpol's most wanted, a killer for hire who specialized in sabotage. I remember that moment when I first saw Rossini. I was 15 and full of hormones, and when I glimpsed his dark curls shining in the sun and the white flash of his grin as he talked to a coworker, I thought he was the most beautiful man I had ever seen. For a moment he turned his dancing black eyes to me, and I felt like I was falling into their warm depths. The crush was instant and so powerful that I had my first steamy dream that night. I woke flustered and warm but smiling. I daydreamed about him until the night I found out what he had done. I've hated myself for a long time for that stupid crush. I still feel like a fool for it, especially because I've never been able to get those dreams to go away. Over the years, I've learned to distract myself by planning my father's revenge. I knew early on that it had to be me. Between his heart condition and his growing alcoholism, Uncle Bradley can't handle the problem directly. And no one else will help us outside Bradley's web of bribed contacts. The police won't believe us. The FBI and Interpol will do nothing with the lead, even though they've both been chasing Rossini for almost 2 decades, because they have never been able to prove exactly what happened. When I made that oath over my father's grave, it was because there was no one else left to seek justice for his death. I tested out of high school and started training. I learned to hack, cracking passwords and mining for information online. I learned Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese, as they were all languages that Rossini was fluent in, along with English. Every scrap of information about him that Uncle Bradley passed on to me, I found a way to use in my training. Now, as I work my way through a series of strikes with my practice knife, the only thing breaking the silence are my soft gasps for air. I won't wake him. He has no idea how long and hard I practice, or how good I've gotten. Nobody does. The most powerful thing about a secret weapon is that it's a secret. I felt like a ridiculous klutz for the first 6 months of practicing. By a year in, I developed a competent grasp of the basics, but I didn't start feeling confident about my combat skills until 3 months ago though, when I finally managed to disarm my instructor. Oberst called it a lucky shot, but I saw the frustration in his face as he picked up his practice sword. I'm glad. He was the one who told me I wouldn't take this seriously enough. I swore he'd eat his words. Now he has. Now I need to make sure that I strip Armand Rossini of more than just his weapon. I guess I shouldn't have expected I'd be able to sleep a full night. After all, today is the day that my uncle finally found Armand. According to our information, he's been holed up in an ancient, partly refurbished plantation house in Georgia. My packed bags wait beside my bed. Our pilot will be flying me out to Atlanta in the morning, where I'll grab a rental car. I'll reach his area before sunset and start scouting. The prospect of taking a human life makes me sick to my stomach, especially if I get caught. I don't want to go to jail, and I don't want to stain my hands with human blood either. But not even our vast amounts of money have been able to buy justice from law enforcement. So now I'm going to Georgia to hunt it for myself.
Chapter 2. Armand.
She left the airport at 8 this morning. She'll be in your area by early afternoon. The man on the phone is using a cheap voice disguiser that does nothing to hide his identity from a trained ear. But I play along with his game of anonymity, even as disgust at his cowardice turns my stomach. I was having a lovely morning, until this pig called me up with his kill order. What the hell did you do, Stronzo? I snap. I told you that we're done, now that you've broken our agreement. I refuse to hurt that innocent girl for you. A low chuckle punctuates the silence on the other end of the line. Oh, I think you will, considering she's a material witness against you and now knows where you live. You won't have a choice when she shows up on your doorstep. It's been this way for 5 years. Ever since I put an end to that beast James Shea, the man who hired me keeps pestering me about the rest of the work that he'd ordered. I agreed to both hits initially, hoping he was hiring me to take out both Shea and his unnamed partner. But then I discovered that the second target was someone else, and killing that someone would go against the guidelines that I gave that jerk the moment I agreed to the job. There's always a choice, I reply flatly, and listen to the way his high titter of amusement is distorted by the low-tone disguiser. A man like me has to have a personal code, or he'll go crazy really fast. My code says no innocents and no kids. Marina Shea, daughter of James, and the only person involved in the hit who saw my face, would already be dead if it wasn't for my code. She was a witness, after all. But the man on the phone wants her dead for his own reasons. It makes me absolutely sick. This waste of skin should know better than to test me on an ironclad promise. I refused to complete the job, even wired him 2/3 of his money back. It's not like I need it. But this guy just won't let it go. Oh, come now, Armand. You're wanted in 10 countries. Your ridiculous code won't keep you alive if the girl or I decide to take you down, and you know it. So just say, yes sir, finish your kill list, and then you'll never hear from me again. I was trying to be kind before now, for the sake of the girl. I should have just tracked him down and put a bullet in him for trying to con me into spilling innocent blood. James Shea was in no way innocent. But his daughter? I still remember her at 15, cute and a little gawky, too young for beauty. Coffee-colored hair, big innocent green eyes. She stared at me whenever she thought I wasn't looking, with a wide-eyed, dazzled smile that was charming and awkward at once. Yes, you're cute. You're far too innocent for me. Bye now. She looked at me like I hung the moon. Me, who was about to arrange for her father's untimely but completely deserved death. The irony makes my stomach clench whenever I think about it. I've never felt so guilty about killing a monster before. I looked at her then, so young and sweet, and thought to myself what a shame it was that she had no idea what her father was. One of the reasons I choose my assignments so carefully, now that I'm wealthy enough to have that luxury, is because I know that when I kill, I don't just end one person. I hurt those close to them too. We all do. Assassins, soldiers, executioners, any cop who pulls the trigger instead of bringing someone in alive. We don't just kill one individual. We wound families. So, I am very careful who I target. I understand that you are sending the girl to an address that you believe is connected to me. But I also know that I have 5 current addresses in the United States alone, and that it will take a tremendous stroke of luck for your investigators to determine which one I'm occupying. I pause to let this sink in, and pour myself a touch more champagne. I drop a frozen strawberry into it. Georgia heat has me parched. The creep found the right hideout completely by chance, and now he's sending his second target to my doorstep with a gun and a vendetta. Furious little Marina doesn't know what her father did or why I agreed to get rid of him. And so she hates me and wants me dead. I wish I could tell her the truth about everything, but she'd never believe me. I look out over the rolling lawn, toward the palmettos that border my backyard. What the hell should I do? You're bluffing, he grumbles, but I hear the shake in his voice and know I have put some doubt in him. Good. If I'm lucky, he'll call the girl home. If I'm not, I'll have a problem on my hands that I'll have to deal with one way or another. Between the two of us, I am the more experienced and skilled in these matters. You may be wealthy and have some clever people on your payroll, but that simply isn't enough. The girl will find nothing but an empty house. I hear his hard breathing and realize that I've pissed him off. Good. If he's angry, he's even more likely to make a stupid mistake. But then I hear a beep from the laptop that lies open on the desk in front of me. It's from a blind email address and contains a single file. I check it, then open it and freeze, staring at my screen. The man on the phone just sent me a photo of Marina Shea, taken a week ago. Now I've got 2 reasons to refuse to kill her. Oh gosh. The cute little teen who I felt sorry for on that fateful day so many years ago has grown up, filled out, and gotten stacked. Her frizzy brown hair now falls in sleek waves, her green eyes are lined with black, and full lips are painted a dark blood red. The black sweater, jeans, and leather jacket are supposed to make her look tough, but the denim clings to her sculpted, powerful thighs and lush hips in a way I can't ignore. The voice on the phone is barking threats while I'm staring at the photo of a woman he wants dead, and wondering if there's any chance at all that I can convince her to stop hating me. I could just tell her the truth. Another long silence. What truth? He splutters. You've been checking up on me, I say quietly, without revealing a bit of what I have actually learned. I have also been checking up on you. You know, as well as I do, that the girl is aware that someone hired me. What would happen if she found out that it was you? She'll never believe you, he stammers quickly. Never. I have her twined around my finger and had her for years. You'll have to kill her. You'll have to kill her to save yourself. We'll see, I think, as he hangs up in my ear. He's just made the mistake of pissing off Armand Rossini for the final time. The girl's life is in no danger at all, unless I have no other choice. But the man who sent her, his days are numbered.
Chapter 3. Marina.
Yeah, Uncle Bradley, I made it to Atlanta just fine and I checked in at the hotel. I flopped back onto the gold satin bedspread of the 2 posh room Bradley arranged and heave an enormous sigh. I'll be scouting the address tonight. Careful, sweetheart, don't go in too tired. Davies already told me what rough weather you had on the flight from Denver. His voice is warm and kind, but with a warning in it. I'll get a meal and a nap in first. And a shower. The 3-hour flight from Denver didn't bother me much, even with all its turbulence. Atlanta traffic in a suddenly balmy 65 degrees, while still half-dressed for Colorado winter, was 45 minutes of stifling stop-and-go hell. My body, used to shivering its way through every walk outside, is now dehydrated and sticky. Very well. Let me know when you get back. I'll be waiting for your call, dear. He hangs up the phone, leaving me sitting there a moment with a smile frozen on my face. My stomach jumps around as I strip down for my shower. Tonight, if I'm very lucky, I'll finally get my showdown with Rossini. There's absolutely no way he'll expect me to have tracked him down. After all, I'm nothing but his victim's grieving kid. He probably hasn't spared a single second of thought on me since the moment he murdered my father. He definitely won't know what I look like anymore. But I know him. Every line of his beautiful body, of his handsome, hateful face, is burned into my head. That afternoon that he waited for us at the garage, he laughed with his temporary new friends, full of false good cheer. Thinking of it now, I damn myself for the blush of first attraction I felt back then, and try to imagine putting a bullet between those bottomless dark eyes. The worst part of it all is that I have never been able to shake my attraction to Dad's murderer. I don't know what sick, messed up part of me is responsible for this flaw, but it's true. As I lather up and scrub off in the shower, hands roaming over my body, I think of his effect on me with a mix of desire and self-disgust. What kind of girl discovers that her type is the man who killed her father? What kind of woman finds herself comparing any man who shows interest in her to that single glimpse of a murderer, laughing falsely with sunlight glinting in his hair? Me, apparently, and I feel like a freak for it. This guy wrecked my life, or at least what I can remember of it. My therapist says that I have dissociative amnesia. Basically, I have a lot of memories that are just missing. The blank spots mostly involve my life with my dad. I can remember what I wore on my 13th birthday, or how abandoned I felt when Mom walked out on us. I can remember being in the car with my dad when I saw Armand, but I can't remember what we did before that or after. I can't remember my father's smile. I can't remember the fun things we must have done together back when I was a kid, or what happened between him and Mom that made her leave. I can barely remember the sound of his voice. But I know he must have been a good man, and that I must have loved him very much for his loss to have done this to my mind. My therapist, Dr. Weiss, has been using hypnotherapy to try and to help me piece together what I'm missing, but it doesn't really help. I come out of his sessions feeling calmer, but not remembering a thing more than when I got in. All he is really good for is reassurance. But even he can't help me get over this messed up attraction to Armand. I'm so ashamed of it that I've never been able to bring it up. I start washing my hair, the itch in my scalp dying as soon as the warm water rinses the sweat away. Next time I change climates, I'm changing clothes on the plane, I grumble silently to myself. My hands roam down to scrub the rest of my body, and I can't help but think of Rossini once more. He not only destroyed my memories of my father, but also deeply impacted my ability to experience intimacy. As I grew up and got curves and boys and men started noticing me, I never felt any attraction to any of them. Part of it was that teenage boys are idiots, and men who want teenage girls are predators. I didn't want to have anyone like that in my life. But some boys might have deserved a chance, if I could have felt even the tiniest spark of attraction to them. Instead, I felt absolutely nothing, not even for the cute ones. My body wouldn't respond to them, and my mind found them all boring. I won't lie and say that this desire for Armand isn't part of the reason I want him dead. If I get rid of him, his corpse will be my last memory of him. There's nothing sensual about a corpse. I would rather remember him as grotesque or chilling than keep having these thoughts and feelings and dreams. The dreams are the worst. As I dry off my hair, exhaustion from my short but grueling trip making my eyes ache. I hope that my nap is dreamless.
Chapter 4. Marina.
I hope in vain. When the dreams do come though, they're not about Armand. You need to stop being afraid of the basement, Marina, honey? Dad's voice sounds more annoyed than kind. The road we're on weaves up the cliffside road to our estate on the mountaintop. The view of the drop-off normally makes me dizzy, but this time I don't care. I'm busy thinking about the incredibly cute mechanic that Dad and I left the Mercedes with. Off in the distance, the lights of Denver are flickering on in the growing dusk. But his mention of the basement sends a cold thread of fear through me. Sweetie, this is ridiculous. You just had some nightmares, like your therapist said. Just that and some sleepwalking. There's nothing down in the basement to be afraid of. Once again, the words are kind, but his tone has a hard, strident note as if he's disgusted with me. I'm afraid of spiders too, but I don't hear you yelling at me about that, I grumble sullenly, trying to ignore how fast my heart is beating. The black rectangle of the cellar door yawns in my mind, and I think of the mechanic's dazzling smile instead, trying to push out any other thoughts. Spiders bite. Cellar, store your wine. One fears sensible, the other's ridiculous. The annoyance in his voice lashes me like a whip, I flinch. It's only been a month, I mumble. He sighs in exasperation. We all feel bad about your mom leaving, honey, but you need to get over it. Crying in front of guests when I send you down to get a bottle for the table is not acceptable. I'm sorry, I almost whisper, resenting him with my whole heart. Never mind, young lady. I had just better see some progress soon. He's pulling onto the stretch of road where the police found the break in the safety barrier, and in the weird way that only dreams work, reality and memory all seem to combine for a moment. I tense, something in me remembering the pitiful mass of crushed metal far below that the Mercedes dream me is in will become. You can't go forever without putting together the pieces. This doesn't begin or end with the Italian. He's just an errand boy, honey. He's gone off script suddenly. It's his same voice, the same disgusted tone I remember him using whenever he was disappointed in me. But I somehow know that he's never said these words before. Who hired Armand Rossini? That's my real killer. I sit up in sudden shock, my wide eyes staring blankly into the room that is now lit only by the glow of the city through the windows. A glance at the clock confirms that I was out for hours. That alone doesn't make any sense. I don't sleep deeply anymore. Back home, in my own bed, I get maybe 5 broken hours interspersed between the nightmares and dirty dreams, and wake at the slightest sound. I check my watch. 4 solid hours of sleep when I expected to get only 1. It's like a damn miracle, but it also leaves me more disoriented than I need to be for my plans. Am I in any shape to do recon tonight? I almost feel like I must be getting sick. I never sleep that deeply. And what was it with that dream? It wasn't dirty, and it wasn't a nightmare. Unlike some of the crazy dreams of the last 5 years, there is one element of it that I have trouble accepting as real. As I sit there rubbing my temples, I think on that element, and am not sure how to take it. Bradley told me I adored Dad. My therapist said that I act like someone who lost someone dear to her. But the man in the dream seemed annoyed by not only my fear, but my grief over Mom's leaving. He seemed poised to mock every little sign of weakness, even my inexplicable fear of the basement. He made me feel not only small, weak, and whiny, but also as if my very existence was an inconvenience to him. The resentment I felt in the dream felt absolutely real. Most teen girls resent their parents at least some, but this was bitter and dark and full of years of unexpressed fury. No wonder Mom left if you were such a jerk. I just wish I knew why she left me with you. Except for the yawning cellar door and that heart-freezing terror, I remember absolutely nothing about the night my mother left. I have her phone number and her forwarding address in Majorca, but every time I try to call her, my stomach knots up and I have to stop before it rings more than twice. I need to eat, get my focus back, and get that recon of Rossini's property done. He might not even be there, but either way, I need to know the lay of the place if I'm going to have any chance of infiltrating it. Maybe it would be better if he isn't there tonight. I'm not a coward, and I'd love to just get this whole mess over with. But I need every edge I can get against this guy, and I know it. I force myself to eat a lean meal of salmon, vegetables, and brown rice. I drink lots of water, making sure I'm hydrated. It's the same kind of food I've been on for years. It helps keep my head clear when I'm expecting to get some exercise, which I am tonight, even if all I end up doing is climbing a fence and sneaking around Rossini's property. At 11 sharp, my uncle's courier arrives at the hotel with my gear, a nondescript man in a gray suit. I eye the 2 duffel bags for a few minutes before unzipping them and going through the contents. As I stare down at them, a wave of apprehension hits me. I'm an idiot. I have 5 years of combat training, and I'm going up against a man who has been killing people for longer than I have been alive. Who am I trying to fool? It will take more luck than I have ever experienced in my life for me to kill Armand Rossini. It will take even more luck for me to do so, without losing my own life in the process. But instead of doing the smart thing and hiring a professional to do the job, I have been obsessed for years with doing this with my own 2 hands. It's not enough to just be there when Armand dies. I need to beat him. I need to see the light leave his eyes myself, and I need to be the cause of it. My therapist shocked me by taking an interest in what he labeled my revenge fantasies. He had me write them down in detail and talk about them with Uncle Bradley. I was completely shocked when my uncle turned out to be all for the idea, and even more surprised when he decided to pay a group of investigators to find Rossini so that I could exact my revenge. Before all of this, my uncle always nagged me about being more ladylike when I always preferred to run, swim, and hike. But from the moment I brought up my dream of ending Rossini myself, he changed his tune completely. I don't really know what I would have done without him. But all the support, practice, and determination in the world can't change one hard reality. Rossini is very likely going to kick my ass tonight, or put a bullet in me. That's why I have requested gear that should help me either live long enough to get him first and get out, or take him with me. Lightweight armored clothing in indigo, padded just enough to absorb some hits without making me sweat to death. 2 long sharp knives. The long rifle I got as a gift from Dad when I was 12, and the heavy caliber pistols I have practiced with for 5 years. Just like with my martial arts practice, Bradley has no idea just how much time I've spent on the range in the last few years. He hired an instructor to accompany me before I hit age 18, but mostly stayed out of it. I don't know if he found the idea of my working out and shooting guns distasteful, or if he didn't actually care all that much how good I got at it. That has never added up for me. He helps me, and then he neglects me. He reassures me that this revenge is what my father would want, and spends $250,000 yearly looking for Rossini, but then sends me off on my own. I start changing into my workout gear, and put on the light raincoat I will be wearing over it until I get to his mansion. Rossini doesn't keep any staff. No guards. No security system that I can't defeat, even with my very basic skills. He's that confident in his ability to keep himself safe. Either that, or my uncle's got bad information. But the fact that he may have bad information is why I'm checking the place out tonight, instead of just running in blindly. I check my pistol. It's a Walther PPQ, loaded with armor-piercing .40 caliber rounds. I've practiced with this same gun since I started my training. It's like an extension of my hand now. My backup weapon is another Walther. I don't normally try for two-gun mojo with them. As my instructor is fond of telling me, those kinds of flashy stunts are just a way to miss faster with more bullets. My eyes narrow as I realize that the clip is loaded with blanks. Very funny, courier man. Are you trying to get me killed? I check my backup and find more blanks. Growling in irritation, I dig out one of the boxes of hollow points I ordered, make sure they are actually hollow points, and reload my clips. I bag up the blanks while I fantasize about force-feeding them to the guy in the gray suit. Damn unprofessional. I'm going to have to tell Bradley to find a better courier. What would have happened if I had not checked? Once I've loaded and holstered both weapons, tucking 2 spare clips into my belt pouch, I stomp into my boots and meet my own gaze in the mirror. I snort, rolling my eyes. Gosh, I look like I'm cosplaying. Even armed to the teeth and with a gun in my hand, I still look ridiculously young, like I'm 16 instead of 20. My uncertainty shows in my face, making my green eyes look innocent and vulnerable. I narrow them and do my best to look tough. Time to get to work. The light opaque raincoat helps me blend in with the crowd going in and out of the lobby downstairs. I pass by people on the street outside without anyone noticing that I'm armed. No one would expect that of a young woman anyway, not around here. I might die before this is over. But I've got a secret weapon in my small bag that will make sure that if I end up engaging with Rossini tonight, he won't be coming out of it alive. I hope I don't have to use it, but if I do, it's a guaranteed win, so long as I can get within 10 feet of him. I weigh the small bag briefly in my hands, before setting it carefully on the seat of my rental car and looping the seatbelt through its strap. It really wouldn't do to have such sensitive contents sliding off the edge of the seat. I'm full of nerves as I start the drive out into the countryside, but they start to clear as I move further away from Atlanta. The warm rain and blustering wind fill the empty stretches of a nearly deserted highway. I chew mint gum to help keep myself alert. Armand Rossini's hideaway is an hour away. I will get there and do as much as I can tonight. Whether it ends before dawn or I have to come back tomorrow, I'm not going to stop until it's done.
Chapter 5. Armand.
I can't sleep. I'm too busy thinking about the innocent girl who has been wound up and sent after me. I have no doubt that my now defunct client made sure to arm her as well. He's trying to force me to kill her in self-defense since I've refused to do it outright. He's underestimated me greatly, along with my commitment to my code. My hands may be soaked in blood, but none of it is innocent. Mob bosses, serial killers, abusive husbands, sadistic fathers, those are my targets. I'd rather take a bullet than kill Marina Shea, not just because of principle, but because of pride. My troublesome former client deserves the bullet for trying to force me to compromise myself, and for deciding that a work of art like her deserves to die. There's only one thing I can think about doing to that gorgeous young vigilante, and it has nothing to do with my guilt or her vendetta. If only her schoolgirl crush on me endured, despite her knowing that I killed her father. But of course, even hoping that is perverse. Still, the idea of seducing her lingers like an itch I can't scratch. I'm not worried about her getting to the plantation house without my knowing it. There's a winding half-mile road that runs up to my gate, and I've seeded the area with various sensors and cameras hidden in the trees. The moment she shows up in the area, I'll have a good 5 to 10 minutes before I even have to worry about her reaching the edge of my property. The land leading up to my property line is actually county land, which I sold off to them to put a buffer between me and the highway. I am not worried about her sneaking up on me. I'm just worried about her, period. She's a pawn in a very ugly game being perpetrated by a pair of human devils, and I really have to make sure that she isn't sacrificed. I want her to get out of this alive and armed with the truth. If she learns what really happened with her father, she'll find a better target for all that rage she's aiming at me. But how do I get her to listen? I get up and make myself an amaretto sour and sip it in my library as I watch the road out the window. Not a single sign of headlights anywhere out there. It gives me a little time to plan. By the time my security system chimes a warning, I already have the lights off all over. I have the camera feeds routed to my tablet, which I've turned to the lowest brightness so the glow won't give me away. I'm wearing my low-light goggles, but I do not have any of my weapons. No one dies tonight. I have no intention of even letting her see me until I'm close enough to disarm her. I glimpse her headlights well down the access road. There are no street lights at all, so it's easy to see her coming. This particular window has no plants on the sill, and no window box outside. By the time anyone reaches the gate, I can have a sniper rifle set up and ready to fire on them from here. Instead, I just boost the magnification on my goggles, focusing in tight on her windshield and her face beyond. She looks nervous, determined, and still so very young. I take my phone out and bring up her photo, smiling a little. She might hate me, and with good reason. But damn, she's cute. I watch her get out of her car, in the shadow of one of the big cypresses just outside the gate. She slings a small bag over her shoulder, and puts on a pair of goggles much like my own. I watch curiously as she walks past the taller iron gate, and instead heads for the spike-topped iron fence. I'm not worried that she'll be able to get over it on her own. Poor little rich girl. She may have spent some time at the range, but she's hardly a professional entrywoman. I stare in shock as she throws her raincoat over the top of the spikes and clambers over the wet iron like a monkey, scrambling up quickly and flinging herself over like the devils on her trail. Crap. I really like this girl. I can't help but grin. Apparently, the young lady is full of surprises. And she's clearly brave too. It only makes me want her more. And that brings my head back to the same question. How can I convince her that I did everyone a favor, including her, by putting her father in his grave? I watch her progress across my lawn, keeping to the shadowy edges as much as she can, her movements stealthy and cautious. She's avoiding the cameras. She's a little more hesitant and clumsier than a pro, but she's been practicing, and she definitely has a lot of potential. I decide to power off the security grid on the lower floor. I want to see if she can get inside. If she does, I'm going to take care of her myself instead of letting the alarms go off to alert the neighbors and the police. She reaches the code box outside my door and manages to hack it after a few tries, deactivating the door alarm. She picks the lock and the deadbolt, and then quietly steps inside. I move out onto the landing to watch her as she creeps through the entryway and into the dining room. I catch whiffs of hotel shampoo and hand cream as she walks past the stairs. It's familiar. Which Atlanta hotel uses rosewater-scented toiletries again? I file the question away in case I have to track her later, and move silently down the stairs to start following her more closely. It's not difficult to stay out of her view. She's moving slowly and fairly quietly, but I can hear her labored breathing. She's scared. Of course she is. She might be brave and skilled, but she's an amateur trying to avenge her dad. And she probably thinks of me as some kind of unstoppable monster. But sometimes fear makes people more dangerous. Frightened people with firearms can kill without even meaning to. I'm careful to stay in her blind spots. The way she moves, the flash of her pale skin against that dark, richly scented hair, the curve of her hips in those high-tech combat pants. She wants to be a tough girl, wants to be my enemy. But my lust for her is growing so strong that I barely care about the potential danger. We have reached my cavernous living room, with its display cases of small statuary and fossils, its sprawling velvet couches and thick Persian carpet. I move a little closer to her, still dodging her line of sight, and using the shadows and furniture of the room to break up my silhouette. I'm trying to decide whether to speak first or jump her to get the gun away, when she catches a glimpse of my reflection in the glass of the cabinet doors. She tenses and I lunge forward as she spins around.
Chapter 6. Marina.
The entire house is dark but warm, and smells like it's been inhabited recently. Faint whiffs of garlic bread and steak from the kitchen. Amaretto from the library. And everywhere, the faint smell of spicy cologne. I'm careful. I do everything right that I can possibly think of. Checking my corners. Moving carefully and quietly through the building, checking every room in case he's sleeping in there, or somehow waiting for me. Where are you, you son of a gun? Where did you get to, and why are you making no noise at all? Maybe he's not here after all. That would be a break, in a way, especially with my stomach jumping around like this. I'm halfway through the living room when I catch sight of movement behind me, in the reflection of one of the glass-fronted display cases. I spin around, and don't even get a chance to pull the trigger. He's a lot bigger than I remember, and faster than I ever dreamed. He's already blocked the slide with his hand. A second later, he twists the pistol out of my grip and sends it sailing across the room. I roll back out of his reach and pull my backup pistol, and he moves like lightning again, darting forward and grabbing both my wrists. Next thing I know, he has me pinned against the wall. He's wearing night vision goggles too, and his expression is more amused than angry. That pisses me off enough to get over my shock and start fighting his grip, squirming and kicking. Maybe I can get a wrist free. No good. He lifts me partway off my feet and wraps my gun hand sharply against the wall. My backup pistol clatters to the floor, and he kicks it behind him. I refuse to cry out. Teeth gritted, I fight his grip, trying to get a knee up into his gut or something. His response is to wedge a knee between my thighs and pin me more firmly, his whole body pressing against mine, anchoring me to the wall. A sharp jolt goes through me. I've never felt anything like it before. It's hot and electric, and the closer his body presses against mine, the more it cuts through my fear and distracts me from my anger. What are you doing to me? That's quite enough, he states, far too calmly for the situation. Stop squirming. You're not going to be able to break my grip, and I don't want to have you hurt. I want to spit in his face, but when I raise my head to look at him, all I can see are those perfect full lips smiling faintly in the dim moonlight. My mouth dries up immediately. Damn you, let me go. I snap. What, so you can try to kill me? His black amusement stings. I hate him, And I hate even more that I can feel my body tingling from his closeness, from his rich masculine scent in my nostrils. You've got no damn business complaining. You murdered my father. Did you think I would just let you get away with it? It's stupid to yell when he's close enough to just snap my neck, but I can't stop fighting. That small amused smile dies. Your father was a monster. The only reason that you don't realize that is because you can't remember what he did. I freeze, my whole body going cold despite his warm, powerful body pinning mine. My mind immediately goes back to the strange dream, and my father's annoyance with me for being afraid of the basement. And for a moment, I wonder. I catch myself and a wave of disgust runs through me. What the hell am I thinking, believing this murderer over my own family, even for a moment? I don't know who hired you, or what kind of lies he handed you when he gave you your advance, but my father was a great man. Your father was under investigation by the FBI and the hospital board at the time of his death. If what he and his partner did had ever become public knowledge before he died, he would have died in prison. His tone has a note of pity to it, as if I'm some poor brainwashed creature who can't grasp the truth. I am sorry that he has deceived you so badly, on top of everything else. I just stare at him. He switches both my wrists into the grip of one broad hand and pulls off both our night vision goggles so that he can look me in the eyes. I'm not saying these things to hurt you. You may not believe this, but I don't mean you any harm. I can't help it, I burst out laughing. You don't mean me any harm? You murdered my father. Don't you think that would hurt me at least a little? He lets out a sigh, and his head lowers slightly. To my complete surprise, his handsome face creases with pain. I'm sorry. Whether he was a good man or not, I have taken him from you and I deserve your anger. But when it comes to seeking revenge, there's someone who deserves your bullets far more than I. I have no idea what to say. My heart is pounding, my breath burns in my lungs. He's apologizing to me. That's even crazier than hearing him say that my father deserved his fate. Stop, I mumble finally. He sets me back on my feet and moves back slightly, but his hands still hold my wrists like warm, smooth manacles. Stop what? Stop playing head games with me. I came here to get the name of the man who hired you, and then kill you. I'm not going to stop until one of us is dead. And you caught me. So stop toying with my mind and just get it over with. He's going to kill me. Of course he is. That's what he does. Get what over with? Are you assuming that I plan to end your life? There's that amusement again, this time with a hint of self-deprecation. I'd really rather explain the situation and see if we can work this out. Is that why you're pinning me against a wall? I point out and he snorts. As lovely as this position might be under much different circumstances, he replies in a deep, rumbling voice as his thumb slides briefly along the inside of my wrist. I'm only pinning you against the wall to keep you from attacking me. Stop talking like you're innocent, I growl, trying again to kick him. It's not like my attack is unprovoked. And as for the rest, you're just making up lies about my father to try and confuse me. If that was my aim, I'd come up with something a lot smoother than pointing out that your father was being investigated when he died. However, you're welcome to dig for information on the case if you wish. That won't exactly help our immediate situation, though. Even if he's lying, I have trouble not listening to him. His voice is amazing. His accent turns his soft tones into rolling, lilting music, teasing at my ears and leaving me breathing faster. I'm face to face with the man who killed my father, and not only have I failed to get revenge, I can't even stop wanting him. Tears of frustration fill my eyes. Stop it. I know you can't let me live. Suddenly, without any warning, he lets me go. He still stands close to me, and I know better than to go for the guns or the knives on my belt. Instead, I rub my wrists while he sighs and shakes his head. My dear, you have known my name for 5 years. If that was really a concern to me, I would have paid you a visit a long time ago. But it is not. If I were you, I would be more concerned about the person who paid me to kill your father. Who was it? I demand, and he smiles sadly. That's a fact that I don't think you're ready to deal with yet. You're in such denial about your father that you've forgotten him to protect your heart. If I give you the name of the man who wanted both of you dead, you'll just deny that too. You're not ready. You condescending creep. I lash out, slapping him hard across the face, so hard that my hand burns afterward. He takes it, rolling with the blow and then looking back at me calmly. His response shocks me into silence for a moment, and then I growl more quietly, "That's not your call. You don't even know me." No, but sadly, I know the man who gave the order. He doesn't expect me to try and reason with you. He was hoping I would just shoot you, that you showing up here would just be one more reason among many to get rid of you. Just tell me who he is and why he wanted my dad dead. I have knives. I'm aware of their weight on my belt. I could yank one from its sheath and drive it into his belly. Or rather, I could try. He was fast and skilled enough to strip me of my guns before I could get a shot off. What makes me think that I'll have any more luck with a blade? Your father had a partner in his criminal ventures. After a brush with his secret left you traumatized and his marriage destroyed, he tried to retire. His partner refused to let him walk away from the fortune they were making, and had him killed. I agreed to the job because one of the people your father killed was one of my local informants. I was pissed off. I should have taken a closer look at who was calling my shots. There's a slight pleading note in his voice, as if he's almost desperate to convince me. My lips are going numb. I can see the basement door yawning open like a door to hell in my mind's eye. I just managed to mumble, "My father never killed anyone. He was a doctor. He saved lives." Burke and Hare didn't start out by killing either. He stares down at me, and then shocks me by reaching out to tenderly brush my hair back behind my ear. I shock myself even more by standing there and letting him. The warm brush of his hand against my cheek does more for me than a kiss ever has, making me even more conflicted than before. "I think you should go," he says quietly. "Leave my home, and don't ever return with a weapon on you, or I'll take it personally. If you stay, I will only add to the turmoil I can see in your eyes. Do the research. Verify what I am telling you. And answer this: who stands to benefit most financially from your father's death?" "Me," I reply. "But I wouldn't be risking my neck trying to get Dad some justice if I was the one who had him killed." "No, you would not. But you need to understand. Your father's partner had him killed in part for leaving their business, in part for fear of being exposed, and in part because he had only one way left to make money off of your father: inheritance. Who else stands to inherit your father's billions if you are removed from the picture?" The room lurches around me. "What are you saying?" "I am saying that he tried to contract me for more than one hit, and I refused yours. Because I don't murder innocent young women, even if they come to my home with a gun." He cups my chin, his grip gentle but firm. "Have a close look at your father's will, Karamia. Take a look at who stands to gain if you should die. Then you will truly understand why you were sent here."
Chapter 7. Armand.
After she flees without her guns, leaving me alone with my lust and turmoil, I watch her drive off down the road, going only a little too fast. Marina. Karamia, I am so sorry. I hate being the bearer of bad news. I turn the upstairs lights back on, reset the security system, and go upstairs to my library again. I bring up my file on Marina and her family on my tablet, and shake my head as I look over all the ugly details that I have not told her yet. She's braver and cleverer than expected, but I know she would never have believed me if I tried to explain the truth about her father's murder straight out. It started out small, well before Marina was ever born, when both her father and his partner were department heads at the county hospital. It was decades before anyone started to catch on. The discrepancies between donor lists and harvested organs only came to light after a pair of discreet early retirements. The black market organ business is always hungry, and they pay well. Unauthorized organ harvesting from the recently deceased is easy if they have a donor card, and only a bit harder if they don't. But there are a limited number of corpses in a hospital. That was when the partners started making their own. Using a hidden harvesting facility, they found a particularly hideous way of turning Denver's homeless population into pure profit. That poor girl and her mother lived their lives with a monster that Mangale would have been proud to work with, and neither one of them knew. Eventually, her mother fled, and Morena has holes in her memories that she blogs about on social media. I think that they found out, and I think that neither of them could handle it, each of them reacting in different ways. It took me some time after the initial contract to find out who the partner really was, and I've been determined to put a bullet in him ever since. Unfortunately, he's deliberately drawn Marina as close as possible, probably to control her. I know he will use her as a human shield if I close in. Coward. I've gotten enough information about Marina over the years to know that she won't be leaving town until this is resolved. She's waited 5 years for revenge. I'll have to be patient to see what happens when the facts I have given her finally sink in. An hour later, one of my phone rings suddenly. It's the number I have kept around only for that singular client who thinks he's anonymous. I connect the call and snap, "What is it?" My tone is full of impatience. Is it finished? Is the girl dead? He's so eager that he's hyperventilating. I open my mouth to curse him out, threaten him, tell him that I know who he is and I'm coming for him. But I'm too smart to give him the warning. The girl never found me. The house outside Atlanta that you sent her to is currently unoccupied. I have a nice video of her breaking and entering, but I think I'll be keeping it to myself. I hear him curse under his breath and bite back a laugh. You can't hide forever. My man in Georgia will be watching for you. That's not a very bright idea if he wants to live very long. What are you going to do? Send me his heart in a box? He mocks me. No, I don't think so. You'd probably try to sell it. A long pause and then the voice snarls, very funny. We're closing in on you, Rossini, no matter what you do. Either you complete the contract, or what? I snap, voice sharp and hard. You're going to call Interpol on me? You wouldn't dare. You know I would take you down with me. There's a long pause as he splutters. For such a supposedly brilliant man, he's not very quick-witted. It's probably all the alcohol. You're not the only professional in the business. I'm sure some of your competitors have grudges against you. If the girl can't do the job, I'll kill her myself and send one of them after you. I feel my free hand clench into a fist so hard that my knuckles ache. He can threaten me all he wants, but when he speaks of killing that doe-eyed girl that he's already used so badly, I can't control my reaction. She's an innocent. She's a liability. Your money is waiting in escrow for the partial completion of your assignment. Get it done, or things will go down just as I have insinuated. He hangs up abruptly, and I growl and shove my phone back into my pocket. Marina. He aims to kill her if I don't do it. I have to warn her. That means finding her hotel. The one with the fancy toiletries that smell of rosewater. I've stayed there, entertaining a weekend fling. The lady came out of the shower with her skin smelling of the stuff 3 mornings in a row. Praying I'm right, I walk into my expansive closet to put on a disguise. I'm still a wanted man. I can't just walk around letting my real face end up on security camera feeds. I took away Marina's father. It's time that I make it up to her, even if that means protecting her from herself or her own flesh and blood.
Chapter 8. Marina.
By the time I make it back to the hotel, I'm exhausted. I've lost both my guns and almost all of my nerve. I still don't know why Rossini spared me. He could have shot me in the back before I ever realized he was there. But instead, he tried reason. He tried to explain what happened all those years ago. I don't know if he was playing some crazy mind game, or if he was telling the truth, or whatever he thinks the truth might be. He seemed so earnest. I hit him as hard as I could, and all he did was try to talk with me. He could have killed me with one punch. Instead, I carry with me the memory of his gentle touch as he stroked my hair. Who is this man? I stare out the window of the hotel as I strip out of my clothes, letting everything drop to the floor, from my empty holsters to my underwear. My body aches and itches with unfamiliar sensations. He confused me. He scared me. He said things with a straight face that sounded impossible, and insinuated even more. The man who hired him to kill my father also tried to hire him to kill me, to gain a clear shot at my father's money. I'm sorry, Dad. I ran. I couldn't do anything. Tears of shame blur my vision as I stand naked in the darkened room. I go to cry in the shower for a while, but I'm so worn out that I just end up leaning against the wall while the water sluices over me. I make sure the door is locked, and then open the balcony door to let the smell of warm rain waft through the windscreen. I crawl into bed, squeezing my eyes shut and just wanting the world to go away for a while. Someone is lying to me. The assassin I've been planning to murder for 5 long years, or Uncle Bradley. It might also be whoever is giving Bradley his information. Maybe he's being misled by my father's mysterious partner, if any part of what Armand said is true. He was the one who encouraged me to verify what he was saying. Some of it I might be able to check into online. There's also one person that I know will have at least some answers for me. But I haven't talked to her in 5 years. Mom, if Dad was a good man, why did you leave him? And if he wasn't, why did you leave me? My hair is gathered into a damp ponytail, and I curl up under the sheet while the breeze from the rainstorm brushes against my cheeks. I'm just dozing off when my phone rings. It's Uncle Bradley. Damn it, leave me alone. But the phone keeps ringing. I finally pick it up, resentment stewing in my stomach. Hello. Any luck? Bradley's voice sounds too cheerful, like he's forcing it. I freeze. I can't possibly tell him what actually happened. I searched the property. There was no one present. No car in the garage, no signs of recent activity, and the house was unheated. The lies shame me further, and I can feel my cheeks burn. I failed my family, and now I'm hiding the truth from them. Damn. Sounds like my lead wasn't any good after all. I'm sorry, sweetheart. You planning to come back home tomorrow? No. I managed to make myself sound more determined. Just because he was out tonight doesn't mean the lead wasn't good. All the other information that you gave me checked out. I'm going back tomorrow. Well, aren't you brave? Now he sounds genuinely pleased instead of the falsity from earlier, but there's a condescending tone to it, as if he's talking to a dog. Your father would be proud. Yeah. My father would be furious. So would Bradley, if he knew that the only reason I plan to stay in Atlanta is to figure out my next moves without his or anyone's influence. I already know that I can't kill Armand. The whole time that he had me pinned against the wall, the explosives in my bag were within reach. I could have slipped a hand down into it when he let me go. I could have ended us both and avenged my father. It was what I had intended to do if I got caught. But I completely forgot about the damn thing until afterward. He captivated me too much. His words confused me too much. And all it took was that unexpected seed of doubt to push any crazy thoughts out of my head. All right, well, if my contacts in the area dig up anything else about him, I will let you know. Otherwise, call me when the job is done. Am I imagining the tiny edge to Bradley's voice as he finishes his sentence? Hey, you fat old fart, if you want this done faster, come help. Okay. Good night, Uncle Bradley. I try to settle back into bed, but something about his voice in my ear has left me restless and unable to sleep. I get up and go to my laptop, booting it up and connecting to the hotel Wi-Fi. The warm, moist breeze feels good on my skin. There's an exotic scent to it, and every now and then there's an undertone that reminds me of Armin's cologne. It's too late to call my mother. The idea of trying to reach across the gulf between us makes me a little sick. I've never forgiven her for leaving, but she's the only person in the world that I absolutely know will not lie to protect my father, or my feelings. With nothing else to do, I decide to take on Armin's challenge and start looking into my father's history. I never imagined that he was anything but an innocent victim of someone he managed to anger. And of course, I have few memories that contradict that, so I've always tried to assume the best. Everything I can find online under my father's name talks about his medical achievements. His time as director of the hospital's surgical wing, his transition into medical equipment manufacturing, and the death that the whole outside world believed was an accident. There's nothing here that I haven't read before. Then, on a hunch, I run a search on the hospital where he worked. As soon as I alter the date range to search for stories from between 5 and 10 years ago, news articles start popping up. Some of their headlines leave my hair standing on end. Hospital morgue investigated for improper disposal of remains. Former surgical director questioned over a large number of body parts found in hazardous materials disposal after cremation chamber breaks down. Body parts in Denver hospital case match fingerprints from missing homeless vet, runaway teen. Suspected serial killer may have covertly disposed of victims' bodies in hospital medical waste. Former surgical director cleared of any involvement in medical disposal case. Investigation shifts to morgue director and staff. I don't remember any of this. None of the news articles, no mention of the situation by my parents, nothing. But as I read the articles, my heart starts to beat faster, and that same terror that I feel in my nightmares starts haunting me. Finally, I drag myself to bed and take a tranquilizer just to force myself to rest. I'm trembling as I curl up under the covers. Father, what were you hiding? I close my eyes. Falling asleep is a relief. What happens next isn't. I don't know how I got myself wedged under my bed like a little kid, or when I curled up there, still and silent. It must have been a while ago, because I'm getting stiff, and my body is sore from all the trembling I have been doing. Outside my bedroom, Mom and Dad are shouting at each other in a way I have never heard before. I found her on the floor of the basement. She's hiding under her bed, James. She won't come out and she won't talk. What's in that room down there and why is it locked? You should really calm down. She saw a few medical samples and got scared, that's all. She will be completely fine. Everything will be fine. Bullcrap, James. She kept screaming about a freezer full of hands and feet. Well then, she's either psychotic or hallucinating. Have you considered having her tested for illicit substances? His voice sounds so reasonable, as if my mother is the crazy one. But the words that are calmly coming out of his mouth tell me a different story. Illicit substances? She's a good girl. She's never done any of that in her life. And she's got no history of mental problems, you know that. So why is she gibbering and crying under her bed then? That's what I've been asking you. The basement. Secrets locked down in the basement. A chest full of hands. Of feet. Of more. Anyone would have screamed. What have you done, James? What happened to our baby girl? I wake up cold and shaking, tears running like water down my cheeks and my chest burning as I fight back a scream. My heart beats so hard that my head throbs from it. My throat hurts, I know I must have screamed in my sleep. Just a nightmare. It's not a flashback. It's not a memory. It is just a damned nightmare. But deep down, I know better. All the confusion and horror that Armand left me with has percolated in my head. I suddenly have a clue as to why I was so terrified of that basement. But was it just a misunderstanding? Maybe Dad had some pickled organs down there, like the kind you find in a biology classroom. Maybe I had a complete freak out over nothing. Mom got mad, Dad got defensive, their relationship started to crumble. But if that was all it was, why can't I remember any of it? I need to talk to Dr. Weiss, desperately. But it's the middle of the night, and I know he won't be picking up. I'm totally alone, I don't know what to do, and the tears won't stop. Are you all right? The familiar soft voice comes from outside the screen. I look up in shock and see a shadow standing out there, tall and broad-shouldered. In that moment, I honestly wonder if I'm still dreaming. Armand moves forward so I can see his face in the dim moonlight. He's dressed differently, his body swathed in a dark overcoat. A knitted cap fringed with fake blonde hair hangs from one hand. Once again, no sign of a weapon. I should be terrified. He's an experienced assassin, and he's right there. He could have shot me through the screen or busted in while I was sleeping and finished the job with a pillow. Instead, he's looking at me with worry from beyond the screen's boundary. What are you doing here? I snap, suddenly realizing that I'm naked under the blanket. I clutch the fabric tighter around my body, cheeks burning. I am very sorry for the intrusion, Miss Marina, but there was no other choice. There have been some new developments, and the situation has become much less safe for you than before. Maybe because there's an assassin on my balcony? I snap and he lets out a soft laugh. Touché. But no, unfortunately. I mean that my former employer has upped the stakes against you, and you deserve to know the facts about it. For your own safety. He looks at the screen in front of him. May I come in? Fine, but I'm not coming over there. I don't want to let on that I'm not wearing anything, and I certainly don't want to show him. He shrugs. Very well. One simple push in the right place, and suddenly the screen lock doesn't work anymore. He slides the door open gently, steps in, and closes it behind him. Is there any reason you are hiding in bed? I feel a rush of warmth flush through my skin. I can just show him, if I want to. Part of me, the part that has come to attention again now that I'm in his presence, would like that very much indeed. Probably, so would he. I just don't have the nerve. I just woke up from a hell of a dream. I'm not going anywhere for a minute. His gaze holds mine as he crosses the room toward me. Of course. What was your dream about? The basement, I mumble, not wanting to get into detail. The basement of my father's house. I found something down there when I was young. Something medical. It freaked me out so badly that I hid under my bed and listened to my parents fight for hours. My eyes are stinging again, and I can't help feeling embarrassed. I don't want to start blubbering in front of this murderer. But my body and heart won't cooperate. He settles onto the corner of the bed, his weight-shifting mattress underneath us. Are you sure that's all you found down there? The gentle question hurts like hell. I remember the bleak feeling of curling up all alone under my bed, my parents too occupied with arguing over me to comfort me. A sob tears its way out of my throat, leaving me hurting and humiliated as I bury my face in my hands. I don't know. There are pieces missing from my memories. I've been going to a hypnotherapist for years to try and get them back. But now I've gotten this one big piece, and it just makes everything else more confusing. I can't take it anymore. I have tried to keep my head clear and get the job done. But now, everything inside me is in chaos. What did you do? How did you do this to me? I gave you a piece of the truth. I'm sorry that it's so hard for you to process. But then again, there are reasons why your mind blocked out almost everything about your father. I still don't know who to believe or who to trust. I'm shaking all over. But there's a growing feeling trying to edge out my pain. The awkward, tempting reality of being secretly naked in his presence is settling in. My mind must be casting about for a distraction. Again, cowardly. Trust yourself and trust the facts that you gather. Every other person in this world has an agenda, even if they care about you. His hand slides toward me across the top of the bedspread, and I shiver, wondering what will happen if this little secret is discovered. It's hard to trust myself when my memories are full of holes. I wonder how many horrors those holes contain. What did I block out and why? Was my father actually a monster? My father is a great man. I must avenge his death. My own life is not as important as making sure that the man who killed him pays. The phrase rattles through my head, as if it's being read off of a teleprompter. There's no emotion behind them, not love or anger. But they feel absolute, as if God himself handed them down. What the hell is happening to me? I gasp and burst into tears. Then my world's foundation cracks again, as he moves forward and pulls me into his arms.
Chapter 9. Armand.
I shouldn't be doing this. This vulnerable girl, however beautiful and brave, should be off limits to me. She is caught in the middle of a dangerous situation. I killed her father. I rode a wrecking ball through her whole world. But I can't let her go. I hold her lightly, giving her the opportunity to squirm away if she wants. But instead, she buries her face against my shoulder. One hand grasps my shirt front, clinging to me. The other is balled into a fist and smacks against my arm harmlessly. As her tears soak through my shirt, the mix of guilt, empathy, and desire threatens to boil over inside of me. I stroke her hair gently, murmuring in a soothing tone that it will be all right, that she's strong enough to get through this, that I will help her. When did her needs start mattering to me quite so much? I just came to give her a warning. I didn't come here to try and take her pain away. But here she is in my arms, with my hand slipping over her silky hair and down to her shoulders, which aren't bare. I blink. Wait just a moment. My fingers drift across her upper back stealthily, and then my arms settle around her again, as I realize she must not be wearing anything underneath those sheets. No wonder she didn't want to get out of bed. Oh my. Temptation gnaws at me. It's been too long since a woman has interested me this much. But she's upset and vulnerable, and I'm not that much of a jerk. I shouldn't even be here with her. But everyone in her life is a damn Judas, from what I can tell. She has no one to treat her right. I might not be the right person for the job, but I still want to volunteer. I bury my nose in her hair and hold her close, trying to ignore the mix of rose-scented hair and feminine musk that rises from her smooth, soft body. I can feel her breath catch and a tremor go through her as I hold her. Her heartbeat is picking up. Her free arm stops flailing at me and wraps around me instead. I can feel her body relax against mine slightly. Oh gosh. When I idly hoped that her crush on me had never subsided, I certainly expected that it had. I never seriously considered what I would do if she still wanted me. But here she is, tears drying up as our bodies slowly become more aware of each other. She looks up at me, her eyes searching my face. Why didn't you kill me? Why are you helping me? If I'm feeling this confused by our inexplicable attraction, I can only imagine how she must be feeling. She must be fishing for some reason for this to be okay, or at least for reassurance that her interest in me isn't one-sided. But I'm wary of her getting too attached, or maybe I'm worried about myself. Even as I continue to hang on to her and feel her palms slide up my sides, I know that will only make things worse for her. Little Marina doesn't need a semi-retired assassin in her life. So I'm quick to set her straight. I'm helping myself. I don't understand. She sounds shyly disappointed, and my stomach tightens. If I can convince you of the truth, you'll stop trying to kill me, and I can get you off my back without killing you. Perhaps you'll even stop hating me. Maybe you'll move on with your life, and stop letting your family's past affect your future. She just blinks at me, looking completely stunned. I have to catch my breath. She feels so good in my arms that I have to force myself to focus on anything other than the pleasure. As for not wanting to harm you, I tried to tell you. I have a code. I only eliminate criminals and dangerous individuals. I don't touch innocents like you. But in this case, the man who wanted your father's demise tried to send me after you. I refused, and so he orchestrated this meeting to try and force the issue. She stiffened slightly in my arms, that hazy look of panic returning to her eyes. I don't know how bad her amnesia is, but I know that it's shielding her from terrible pain. My revelations from earlier helped to clear some of the fog in her memories, and that left her distraught, and now I'm revealing even more. I'm trying to be careful. She's traumatized enough without me making it worse. But right now, she's living in danger every day, and remaining ignorant will only make things more dangerous. You want revenge on this man because he ordered your father's death. I want revenge on him because he's trying to force my hand, and I absolutely will not allow him to force me for kill you. Once you've done your research and are satisfied that I am telling the truth, I propose that we hunt him together. It's crazy enough that I'm not surprised when she lets out a shocked laugh. You're playing with my head, she chuckles incredulously. You can't possibly expect me to just trust you. What about my revenge? Damn it, I growl, cupping her face and staring intensely into her eyes. She freezes and her lips part, an unconscious offering. I force myself to ignore them. Shall I do penance then? I can't help you get this guy if I'm dead, so you can't expect my life. Just tell me what you want from me, and I will give it to you. A shiver goes through her. Her hands slide up to grip my shoulders through my shirt. Fine. If you're not messing with me, here's what I want. You work for me now, until I'm done with you. Her unexpected fire makes me ache. Then, what are your orders? Tomorrow, we can talk about this plan of yours. And for that, I'll need the whole truth out of you, no matter how badly you think I'll react. I hesitate, and then nod my agreement. Done. What about tonight? She bites her lip and looks up at me softly. Tonight, I need you to get all of this out of my mind. No more thinking about it. No more dreaming about it. She takes a deep breath, and her eyes stray to my lips so there's no mistaking her meaning. Can you do that for me? My mouth goes dry. I swallow, and then give her my most charming smile. I'm sure I'll come up with something.
Chapter 10. Marina.
I've never been one to do things halfway, and so it is with Armand. His mouth captures mine hungrily, before I even have time to catch my breath. I've never asked for intimacy from anyone before. I never imagined that I could, even in such a shy, indirect way. Good thing that he understood me perfectly. And apparently, he's happy to help. I've never been this close to a man before. His eyes are bright, his muscles tighten and shiver a little as I run my hands over him. The blanket still covers my body, but his hands are sliding up and down my back, going lower each time. I gasp into his mouth and hear him chuckle low in his throat before he kisses me even more fiercely. I'm getting rid of my fear bit by bit, and all the rage in the world is pouring in to replace it. I hate you. I want you. Make up for what you did. Make me feel good, for once in my life. He pulls me closer, and I feel the breath from his nostrils hot on my cheek. The fabric of his clothes rustles maddeningly. I scratch him through his shirt, moving my hands between us to start unbuttoning it. He lets out a surprised grunt but doesn't stop me, instead shucking the shirt off as soon as I have it unbuttoned and tossing it aside. His body is sleek and hard under his clothes, his olive skin smooth save for a few narrow scars. I hear 2 thumps as he kicks off his shoes, and then he climbs further onto the bed with me, his eyes burning with desire. I've never seen a man look at me like this, with a mixture of worship and hunger. Do I really know what I'm getting into here? Do I really want my first time to be with him? Tiny doubts keep trying to nibble at me, but I push them away furiously. I hate that there's never been anyone else but him. I hate that only he has been able to turn me on this much. I don't care if I wake up tomorrow and regret everything. This is an itch that needs to be scratched. For a moment I think he's done, but then his dark eyes open, piercing into me, and I know from the heat in them that this is just starting.
Chapter 11. Armand.
Don't get involved. That's another part of my code. But unlike most other rules, this one's in there to protect me, not others. I like women. I like intimacy. I love moments like this, when I'm buried up to the root in a woman's softness, but I have more work to do first. When the storm passes, I settle over her, feeling her arms wrap limply around my shoulders. We lie there entwined, floating on a cloud of soft contentment, and I lay my head on her shoulder. I'll just rest here for a few minutes, I think, too blissed out and infatuated with this adorable woman to want to leave her bed just yet. Just for a little while. She starts stroking my hair, and I close my eyes.
Chapter 12. Marina.
I know I'm not supposed to be down here in the basement. Daddy's rules. The only thing I'm ever allowed to do is take the immediate left at the bottom of the stairs into the wine room so that I can fetch him a bottle or 3. It seems to amuse him to send me down to a place where stepping through the wrong door could get me grounded for a week. It amuses him more that my mother hates this habit. She's 15 and you're treating her like your sommelier, James. What are you thinking? Daddy is a jerk. Nobody in my family would be surprised to hear that. But I'm the only one who actually says it. Sometimes I have a problem filtering the things that come out of my mouth, as my current grounding proves once again. One of my friends from self-defense class is a boy, and suddenly Dad's interrogating me about poor Jamie left and right, being all nosy about our relationship. I finally pop out with the truth. Damn it, Dad, Jamie is gay as hell. We're not dating, so you can stop talking to me about how boys will ruin my life. Somehow, this is disrespectful enough that he grounds me for a week, for setting him straight on his worries. So I figure, if he wants to punish me, it may as well be for something that is actually worth it. The basement of our old house has sprawling rooms, some of them made of ancient brick and stone, others of plain concrete. Most of them are being used for storage. But there's a door in the back that is firmly closed, though right now its padlock hangs open. We used to have underground parking beneath the house, but when I was 12, around the time that Dad retired, they walled this section of the basement off. The garage entrance still opens onto the road that runs along the back of the property, but until now, I always thought it was sealed as well. Now, as I open the door and my flashlight gleams off of clean stainless steel and tile, I'm not so sure. The former garage is still in use. But instead of housing cars, it's full of medical equipment. There are 5 of what look to be chest freezers lining one wall, with temperature monitors attached. The other walls are lined with every shape and size of stainless steel cabinets. I grab the handle of one that looks like an oven door and it rolls out, and out. It's a morgue drawer. What the hell? I move further into the room, and a drain grate rattles as I step on it by accident. The sloped floor is faintly stained with dark streaks and there's a strong smell of bleach. My flashlight slides past an unmarked white delivery van that sits at the base of the garage ramp, and falls on something even weirder. Dad's a surgeon. I know what a surgical theater looks like, and I am definitely looking at one right now. But why is it in our basement? There's a large, ordinary chest freezer here with a clear lid. I walk over to it, my stomach doing flips. Why would my father be doing secret surgeries in our basement? I shine my light down into the fridge, and what I see there sends a flash of horror through me that knocks my thoughts into chaos. I remember dropping the flashlight. I remember running for the stairs. I remember my legs giving out before I can reach them, my knees hitting the floor. Everything becomes a blur. My mother, calling my name in a panic. My father sighing in exasperation, and then speaking to someone else. She's seen too much. But she's my daughter. What do we do? I hear loud knocking from somewhere, pulling me from sleep. But before the dream dissolves, I hear a familiar voice say, "I know a specialist. Leave it to me." I sit up in my tangled bedclothes and realize that I am alone. Armand has vanished. Someone is banging on the door so loudly that I worry it might be the police. The rich scent of expensive cologne clings to me, as I wrap the sheet around myself and get off the bed. My legs are wobbly, the insides of my thighs sore. Yet despite the rude awakening, my body is more relaxed than I can ever remember it being. Under my disorientation and annoyance at being awakened by whoever is still making a racket at my door, I feel a stab of disappointment that Armand has made himself scarce. But it makes sense, being caught naked with me would cause trouble for us both. Who the hell is it? I manage, the horror from the dream sending jolts of adrenaline through me. I lean against the wall halfway to the door, clutching the sheet to my chest, the room lurching around me. Miss Shea. Are you all right? The voice is a light tenor, touched with a Georgia twang. My name's Corbett Chong. I work for your uncle. I look around at the rumpled bed, my scattered clothes everywhere, my tangled wild hair. There's no hiding that I had a man here last night. Especially if this guy is an investigator Uncle Bradley has hired. I'm fine. If you have news for me, I'll meet you down in the hotel diner in 20 minutes, I shout through the door, still leaning against the wall. I'll wait out here, he says cheerfully, and I curse under my breath. I take my time showering, leaving the window open to air out the room. It's pouring outside, warm misty rain, such a contrast to Colorado. I keep my mind off the nightmare, thinking instead of anything else. What to tell the damn investigator? What clothes I have that will cover the marks on my neck and the backs of my thighs. Armand's words. Armand's body. He said I was in danger. He promised to explain everything. But then the idiot outside showed up, forcing him to take off without so much as leaving his phone number. Damn it. I just gave myself to my father's murderer. I should be ashamed of myself. But instead, there's this bitter, ugly, rebellious pride welling up inside of me that I can't quite understand. How can I enjoy such a defiance of my father's memory? It must be a chemical reaction. The intimate experience was incredible, and after last night, I'm confident that I can find it. Even that horrible dream, the details of which are slowly coming back to me as I wash and dress, can't rob me of this afterglow. It must be endorphins or something. I throw on some plain jeans and a t-shirt under my tobacco-colored leather jacket. Just a ponytail, almost no makeup. My knives are barely visible on my belt. But now this creeping cold feeling is welling up inside of me. My dreams tend to fade away once I wake up. But sometimes, and this only happens with the nightmares, they actually get clearer and more detailed once the fog of sleep wears off. This is crazy. Once I get this meeting with Chong over with, I'm going straight back to Armand's for some damn answers. And maybe a second round, but only once he helps me figure out what the hell is going on in my head. Chang's knocking again. Miss Shea? Yeah. I walk to the door, shoes still off, and let him in, not even trying to hide my annoyance. What's this about? The man on the other side of the door is Chinese, about medium height, tanned and muscular, with a winning smile that looks forced. He's in a pale linen suit, a few shades lighter than my jacket. His hair is swept back and streaked with brown, and his eyes flick over me alertly. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but this should be discussed in private. May I come in? Fine. I step back and he walks past me, looking around. I shut the door. So, state your business. You woke me up from some badly needed sleep. Actually, I badly needed to wake up from that awful dream. I just wish I had forgotten it in the process. But instead, it's coming into horrible focus. Your uncle asked that I watch out for you while you're in Atlanta. A strange man was spotted on your balcony late at night. My contact on staff was slow in getting the information. I was going to dismiss it, but then he overheard screaming a few minutes before I came knocking. I eye him. You're telling me that you had me spied on, noticed that I had a visitor, but only came running because I screamed in my sleep? His smile fades into a slightly sheepish look. Ah, okay, well, obviously this is a big misunderstanding. And it's your uncle who has people spying on you, not me, and it's to look after your welfare. Sure it is. He's making sure I actually finish the job, finish Armand. Well, the hell with him, he's got no proof I'm lying. I know no one could have followed me onto the property at Armand's place, so no one could have spied on our interaction. For all anyone knows, the house was empty when I got there, just like I told Bradley. There's more of that resentment filling me up as I stare back at this man who was hired by my uncle. I had a visitor last night. You know how hard it is to have privacy when you live with your damn uncle? And you will be so fired if he discovers that you were spying on me being intimate. He actually blushes. He might be a scumbag private investigator and my uncle's spy, but it's almost cute. I'm not going to say a damn thing to him about that. But why were you screaming? I have nightmares. Bad ones. I rub my temple. The cold feeling is spreading up from the pit of my belly, and the room feels like it's lurching a little with each heartbeat. What kind of nightmares make someone scream like that? The basement. The secret surgery. The white van. The freezer. Suddenly, I have to grab the wall. My heartbeat pounds in my ears. A whimper of panic escapes my throat. Miss Shea. Are you all right? It's not a nightmare. Dr. Weiss. I have to talk to Dr. Weiss. It's the last coherent thing I say before my knees hit the floor. Hard cold memory floods my head. The freezer. The face in the freezer. The face without eyes.
Chapter 13. Armand.
Walking outside in Denver in March is like walking into a freezer. I pull my wool topcoat closer around my body, despising the wind that cuts right through it the moment I leave the airport. But after 4 weeks of waiting, and no damn word, I have to go after Marina. It's risky for both of us, me chasing after her. Her uncle is having her watched at all times, as I discovered the night we made love. I know I won't be able to get near her house. I'll have to tail her without being seen. And I know that finding an opportunity to reach out to her undetected will take time. I'm just glad I came to her hotel in disguise. Otherwise, they'd have known that I visited her without killing her. If they knew that, they might consider her suspect, and I can't let that happen. 2 disasters happened the night of our most intimate encounter, and I have to talk to Marina about both of them. But the man who came banging on the hotel room door, forcing me to sneak out via the balcony, drove her to the airport almost immediately. And now, I have to find a way to reach her. I prioritize open communication with my partners regarding health and well-being. I've taken the necessary precautions to ensure my health, and it's not like I could get her knocked up even if I wanted to. But I really should let her know, just as a courtesy. The second part, though, is a lot more important, life and death even. Because if I don't fix things, there will definitely be consequences for her. And she's suffered enough. The interruption that morning prevented me from giving her the whole story about the hit on her father, including the name of her father's partner. But from the way she screamed in her sleep that morning, I have a feeling she's already remembering things. I don't know how much she witnessed of that whole horrible business. I know from my research that she's been in therapy ever since, and I hope it has helped her. But it doesn't seem like it has. How is it that she can't remember anything about her father still, even after 5 years? Maybe it's just that horrible. I couldn't wake her up from whatever that nightmare was, that morning in the hotel. I held her and shook her and tried to soothe her, but all she did was cry and struggle and mumble something about a basement. That's the third reason I'm here. I don't know how safe she is, staying in that place with her father's partner. I get myself settled in a nice hotel room, and turn the heat in the suite up the moment I close the door. I have 2 matching sky blue suitcases with me, one of which was slipped onto the carousel for me by a black market courier whose day job is in baggage claim. You can't get weapons and gear through an airport these days. Specialized couriers have gotten rich off of increased security, and it is still easy enough to get what I need through customs. I have 2 plans as I draw the shades, and then lay open the second suitcase on the bed. I use the bug finder to sweep the room, and thankfully find nothing. Then I pull my gear belt out and look at the array of pistols beneath. I have both of Marina's Walthers with me. I imagine she will want them back. In the meantime, I holster them both, one under my arm and one at the small of my back. My stiletto goes up my sleeve. I felt naked without my weapons while I traveled. I've felt that way any time I've been unarmed since I was 15. And now I relax a little. My sources tell me that Marina has therapy tomorrow morning at 10 in Denver, and that she usually decompresses by taking a walk in the park adjacent to her therapist's office. I will do my best to meet her there, without any of her uncle's men noticing. Meanwhile, the very thought of Marina has me excited, and since I can't look her up, I look up some local wine bars and think about braving the cold. I'll find some thirsty girl and seduce her, and try to stop brooding about the one I'm here to save. I'll probably be thinking of her the whole time, no matter what I do. What we had that night went beyond what I had planned. Waking up in her arms soothed something deep inside of me. Even as I steer my rental back onto the road with the wine bar's address on my GPS, I want that feeling of peace again. I don't realize how badly I've been craving it, until I pull up in front of Marina's therapist's office instead of the bar. Crap, I mutter, starting to get worried about the effect she's having on me. I'm never this careless. But that doesn't change the fact that I need to talk to her. Breaking into Dr. Weiss's office is painfully simple. He's forgotten to set any kind of lock or alarm on his third-floor window. Of course, an ordinary man couldn't make the leap onto his tiny balcony from the car park rooftop. But I have been training longer than most parkourists have been alive. I'm in quickly enough, my gloved hands leaving no prints as I slip inside, close the window, and start looking around for her file using my night vision goggles. I'd care more about invading Marina's privacy if I wasn't here to save her life. Getting her number and talking to her tonight are all I'm thinking about. I want her to live. And if I'm being honest with myself, I just want to talk to her again. I'm not supposed to get attached. But that does not mean that I haven't. I end up having to do a brute force search to get the password for the 10-year-old desktop computer on the reception desk, but that doesn't take more than 10 minutes. Despite the aging equipment, every file is neatly copied online. It includes everything: phone numbers, addresses, diagnoses, case and session notes. When I find Marina's, I hesitate. I write down her phone number, but after that I stop and wonder if I should be looking. Maybe if I know more about what she is going through, I can figure out how to help her. Her mother lives in and around Europe, jet-setting on widow's money. Her divorce wasn't final when James died. I take down her contact information as well. I wonder if Marina has tried to speak with her since leaving me that morning. She was so distraught that I wonder if she's ready to handle it yet, no matter how desperate she might be for information. But we're running out of time. I'm sorry, Karamia. I must be a bit of a nosy creep if I am to do right by you. I open up her file notes. Diagnoses: post-traumatic stress disorder, non-complex, dissociative amnesia complicated by delusions. Notes: patient presents with dissociative amnesia as a primary disorder comorbid with PTSD. Both disorders appear to stem from a traumatic event of unknown origin that occurred in the basement of her family home. Her father, James Shea, referred her upon hospital release. I sit back. Wait a moment. She told me that her therapist told her that her amnesia came from trauma from her father's death. But if her father referred her well before then, so why was she told one story when there's a whole different one written down on the page? I read on. Initial attempts to unearth her lost memories through hypnotic regression and talk therapy seemed to lead to breakthroughs. However, the memories she unearthed appear to be a persistent delusion covering for some unknown and very real trauma. The delusion, although consistent, is thoroughly false, as it describes impossible activities in a non-existent location. Patient's delusion consists of falsely believing that her father was involved in criminal activity and was killed by a dashing vigilante. The idea is too far-fetched to be worth investigating. I let out a little laugh. Dashing vigilante? Is that what you whispered into your pillow at night when you started remembering things, you little devil? Well, then that is what I'll become. I'm rich enough to stop working for money, and we made a deal that I work for her now until she releases me. And that's just what I'll tell her if she asks why I'm here. I steel myself to keep reading, but there's too much. I download the file onto a thumb drive and take it with me instead. Once I have a look, it'll be time to make some calls.
Chapter 14. Marina.
My period is late, and I wake up sick to my stomach. Has it been 4 weeks since my encounter at that Atlanta hotel? I lost track of time for a while, as Dr. Weiss was helping me put my head back together. I check my calendar. Yes, I flew out to Atlanta just under a month ago. I had my period a few days before that, so these symptoms are definitely not good signs. Damn. Anne, our cook, makes me a lean breakfast of chicken sausage, scrambled eggs, and strawberries. The sausage tastes too greasy, the eggs taste like they're dripping with butter. I nibble on a few berries and try to ignore the smell of everything else. Anne is 64 and never misses a damn thing. She squints at me, her wrinkled face pulling into a shrewd little frown. You expecting, girl? Your uncle is not going to like this. I can't keep the shake out of my voice. My uncle needs to mind his own damn business. I'm 20. Fine then, I'll mind your business. You go to the doctor? I'll go tomorrow, before therapy. I'm not sure I'm comfortable that anyone else even suspects. It's pretty scary to think about. She shrugs. You like the guy? I close my eyes, and my mind slips back to the man I still can't get out of my head, and the one night I had with him. I can bring myself off and enjoy it silently in my lonely bed, but it's a tiny watered-down thing compared to what I felt that night. He was worth the risk, I say simply, and she nods. Good. Either way you go, at least he wasn't some idiot. I burst out laughing, breaking the tension. Damn, Anne. It's true though. She squints at me again. You feeling okay? You were a real mess when they brought you back home. I wince. Don't remind me. It was so humiliating to have another breakdown. Now, I don't even remember what I was screaming about in Dr. Weiss's office the day that I got back. I wouldn't know what caused it either, if I hadn't feverishly written part of it down in my diary, right before my emergency therapy session. I don't even remember doing it, but I found it as soon as I came home. There were body parts in the basement. Dad was doing something down there. I looked up Burke and Hare after Armand brought them up. They stole bodies from the graveyard and sold them to artists and scientists for dissection. But the money was so good that they started killing people and selling their corpses. Don't forget this time. Don't forget. But I forgot Dream, and I was glad. It was all a delusion. We didn't actually know yet what had happened in that basement. Still, I kept the note and kept it hidden. I don't know why, maybe it fascinated me. It's like a secret message from another me. I feel better. But now I have to track down the guy they first was with that night, and that's going to be difficult. I am afraid I'll become unstable again if I go back to Atlanta. Uncle Bradley's right, it's best that I stay here. You'll manage. You still having those dreams? I fake a smile. Sometimes. It's still every night. HMPH. You still scared of the basement too? She lets out another grunt as I flinch slightly and drop my fork. That's a yes. Girl, there is nothing down there. You need to go down. Face your fear. You'll feel better once you do. Anne means well, and I give her a smile. I'm working on that. Work harder, she instructs. Life is short. I wish I could. I spend the day doing my usual routine, a jog, light training in my room, and a bit of meditation to try to sort out my memories. I understand that my mind made up a bizarre story to cover up the facts, and that I will need to figure out what is behind them. But the note in my diary, coupled with my possible pregnancy, isn't leaving me with much headspace today. I'm settling in for the night when my phone rings. Unknown number. I pick up. Hi, who's this? Are you alone? Armin's voice is low and urgent. I gasp. Don't hang up. While I try to form some coherent words, he goes on. I know you're being watched. I need to see you in private. It's urgent. Well, speak of the devil. Yeah, we should definitely talk. But I can't get out without being seen. Fine, then please hear me out. I'm guessing you never told anyone about our encounters together. The talking or the fighting? My voice breaks a little. My stomach is jumping around even worse. All of the above. No, of course not. I keep my voice low. So what is it? Meet with me tomorrow in the park after your therapy session. I will wait for you there, he urges. Look, I had a breakdown the last time we met in person. Maybe we should stick to the phone for now. I want to see him though, so badly that I can taste it. I am very sorry if I contributed to any trauma that the return of your memories may have caused. It was not my intent. I was only trying to explain the situation and warn you of the danger. What you did was feed into my delusions, I snap. My father wasn't some kind of body snatcher. It took my therapist weeks to help me get rid of those false memories. There's a long pause. False memories? Are you saying that he gets rid of your memories? I frown, puzzled. No, he helps me sort out which memories are true and which ones are delusions. Marina, he says in a tone of deep worry, those aren't delusions. That's ridiculous. Why would my therapist? I can't even finish the thought before another wave of nausea hits me, and I have to stop talking just to catch my breath. No, not now. Are you all right? I have to tell him. No, I very likely have morning sickness. So thanks for that too. An even longer silence, then he speaks breathlessly. What? I'm going to the doctor tomorrow. My heart's beating so hard that I have to listen around it. Have you had any other romantic partners lately? Never in my life, I snap defensively before realizing what I just said and blushing down to my damn toes. That just seems to stun him more. Never. Before me. No, I growl into the phone, half angry and half desperate. I've never even wanted anyone else. Not since the first time I saw you, you creep. Even knowing that you killed Dad. I came up with this whole false reality after Dad died. That he was a bad guy and you were saving me from him. All that just to try to justify a giant, stupid crush I have on my father's murderer. On you. That's a secret I hide even from my damn therapist. You've got me all messed up in the head. Tears spring to my eyes. I know I shouldn't be saying this. This is the first time I've ever even put all of this into words, but it's all just too much. It's all I can do to keep my voice down. Kara, he murmurs, and I let out a small sob. Now you've put a baby in me. How am I supposed to hide that from my family? I'm shaking. Come with me, he replies very softly. What? Leave that place. Come away with me. Bear the child. Even if you don't wish to stay, even if you don't wish to be a mother, leave the child with me. You'll be free of your family, and I'll give you anything you want. I have no idea what to say. He takes a shivery breath and goes on. I know that I have caused you years of trouble, even though I never meant you harm. I know that right now you're confused and don't know entirely who to trust. I beg you, ask your mother. About what happened, and about me. She was there. There's a pause, and I can tell he's unsure whether he should go on. But he does. And she and I have met. I feel a surge of bitter anger. My mother abandoned me. No. She was driven away to protect her own life. He pauses. Marina, leave that place. You are in danger there. Come to my hotel, and we will leave town together. Why do you want the child? I demand, because that, above everything else, shocks me. I understand his guilt over what he did to me. If he was remorseless, I wouldn't even bother speaking to him. I was told I could never be a father. I have wanted for years to retire from this life and try to have something more normal. A wife. Children. A quiet home. His voice is growing more impassioned. And it is one more reason why I must protect you. I swallow hard and glance at the door. Now and again, I have to check to make sure there's no shadow moving back and forth under it. My uncle likes to eavesdrop. Even if I wanted to leave, I can't. I'm too fragile. I have to stay home and get better. Morena. Your therapist was hired by your father and is paid by your uncle. He is serving an agenda. They are not delusions just because he tells you that they are. He adds with a little laugh, and you are far from fragile. Getting through this must have taken you more strength than I can imagine. I look over at the diary and open it to the scrawled entry. My father didn't hire Dr. Weiss though. He was already dead when I was referred. That's not what Dr. Weiss' notes say. My hand goes dead still above the page. What did you say? He tells me. I have a huge head of steam by the time I walk into Dr. Weiss's office the next morning. The temperature's risen above freezing. The melting ice from the eaves drips on me as I go through the front door of the 3-story building. I don't even notice. I'm having the same damn nightmares that I've had for 5 years. I have a witness saying that my mother can verify that my delusions are anything but, and I just found out that I'm expecting. I am in absolutely no mood to swallow anyone's bullshit. I want a copy of my file, I say firmly as I sit down with no preamble. Dr. Weiss is a soft-eyed man with an enormous mustache, white hair he seems to comb with an egg beater, and a dull expression that crumbles into worry at my statement. Those contain copies of my session notes. They're for my use, and it won't help your recovery to view them. You know, I just came from a doctor's office, and I had a talk with their HIPAA specialist while I was waiting for test results. I look him right in the eye. He's not used to this, and it clearly makes him nervous. I plow on. If you kept your notes separate from my case file, you could use any explanation you want to keep them from me using that argument. But you didn't, so you can't. He gapes at me. I have never lectured him before. I've always just accepted whatever he's told me, believing that he had my best interests at heart. It makes me furious, and that fury makes me feel incredibly strong. Bottom line, if I have to come back with a lawyer, it will be an opening salvo in a fat malpractice lawsuit. Morena, he laughs nervously, where is all this coming from? Maybe you should calm down. I close my eyes, struggling to focus through my anger. How many years have I depended on him to tell me what is real and what isn't? How many times have I let him hypnotize me? Armand says that this man has been lying to me the whole time. Now, I need to test that theory. I'm sorry to have to take a hard line about this. But everything is changing, and I need to know that I can trust you. For a moment, there's a note of pleading in my voice. This doctor was my rock for a while. Now, seeing his wide fake smile and fearful eyes, I hate him with my whole heart. Just let me see my file. Print a copy out for me. I'll pay any fees you want and we'll just go on from there. His Adam's apple bobs above his collar. No. The hatred detonates inside me. Then answer me this, how much money did my father pay you to convince me that my memories of his crimes are a damn delusion? He goes white as a ghost. I don't know what you're talking about. I close my eyes again, and tears leak through my lashes. Yes, you do. You're the opposite of a healer, you disgusting quack. I get up abruptly and grab my purse and coat. And I'm sick of listening to your lies. I call Armand while I'm walking to my car. I'm going home to pack. Where should I meet you? Crown Plaza, downtown, Suite 418. What happened? Dr. Weiss won't share my file. I called him on his shit and he fell apart. He's in on it. You're right about everything. Wait. Don't go, he starts, but I hang up because I've started choking on my tears. "This is crazy, child," Anne says later as she helps me pack. "Now I've got to pack you up and sneak you out before your uncle comes home. Is this guy really worth it?" "It's a lot of things, not just him or the baby. I need to get away from my uncle for a while, Anne, and clear my head. I can't heal my problems while I'm dealing with his." "I understand. And you know I'll always help you. Just like I promised when your mama left." I pause. I've never asked her about my mother. Dr. Weiss always urged me to move on from the abandonment and not even think about contacting her. "And do you know why she left?" She smiles little. "You must be getting better if you're asking that. It's a long story. Let me go get your other suitcase from the coat room and I'll be right back." She opens the door to walk out, and I see a familiar meaty hand yank her through the doorway as she lets out a startled yelp. "Ouch," she cries. "Dr. Shea, what is that needle?" She stumbles into the room and falls against the wall, sliding down onto her butt with a thud. Her eyes are glazed. "You drugged me," she manages before going limp. Uncle Bradley comes through the door and tosses an empty syringe at Anne's feet as she goes unconscious. I stare at him in growing horror as he draws out a full one and advances on me. "Dr. Weiss gave me a call. Apparently, you're too stupid to find your own assassin. I knew our little charade with the hypnosis would never work long term, but it seems I'll have to deal with you myself now." He licks his lips, a psychotic gleam in his eye. "So on to plan B. I'm sure your organs will sell well." I back away from him, horrified. Of course, my father's partner in crime would be his brother. All this time he's been keeping me close, paying a hypnotist to alter my memories, watching me, and grooming me to destroy myself by going after the very assassin he hired to do me in. "It was you all along," I breathe as the pieces snap together in my head painfully, like bones being set.
"Yep," he replies cheerily.
"Time to go to the basement, Morena?"
Chapter 15. Armand.
It takes every ounce of willpower I have to keep to the speed limit as I drive to Marina's rescue. All I can think about is what her uncle will do to her once it reaches his ears that his psychological con job hasn't stuck. She's a witness. He'll kill her himself before she can go to the police. That can't happen. By the time I reach their fancy stone villa, the sun has almost set. I know Marina must be home by now. Alone. Vulnerable. Carrying my child in her belly. I wish I could have just told her up front about her uncle and what I suspected about her psychiatrist. But they set traps in her head to turn her away from the truth, even if it was right in front of her. I'm only lucky that she never mentioned meeting me. The door is locked and alarmed. There's a conspicuous lack of staff around. I clamber up a rose trellis and slip in through a second-floor window. Almost at once, I hear the sounds of a fight coming from down the hall. Pulling one of Marina's Walthers from beneath my coat, I go racing toward it. I'm about to burst through the open door where the sounds are coming from, when a tall, fat figure staggers out of it and falls against the wall. It's Bradley. His face is swelling on one side, and his eyes are wide with horror. My fear for Marina turns into mirth as she stomps out after him and kicks him hard in the stomach. A syringe flies from his hand and shatters on the floor. "You sick, murdering, lying creep." I can't help it. I burst into mocking laughter. Both of them look over at me, startled. And then Marina, untouched, angry little Marina, who has trained for years to kill a professional assassin, and is beyond fearing some soft, lazy old man, smiles at me. "You made it. Wouldn't miss it. What happened?" "She attacked me," blubbers Bradley, though no one asked him. "You dumb fool. It was your idea to have me go after Armand. Don't you think I'd learn to fight if I knew I was facing a seasoned assassin?" She's yelling at him like he's the stupidest lump of cowardly human meat on the planet, which seems pretty accurate right now. I'm so proud. She's not broken or helpless. She just had people lying to her for so long and so expertly that she believed it. But now she's back. Well, yes, he blubbers. But I never expected you to get good at it. Happy to surprise you then, you creep. She turns to me. I'll need to call the police and an ambulance for Anne. You should probably make yourself scarce soon. I'll meet you later. No. Bradley explodes and yanks a small revolver from his robe pocket. I am not going to jail. I legal the Walther at him. Drop it. He freezes and looks at me with the gun half raised, his red face coated in sweat and crocodile tears, and then looks over at Marina. His voice goes pleading as his expression crumples. They were just homeless people. Better people needed their organs. We were saving lives. You were making a profit, you pile of crap, Marina spits at him. He screams in anguish and moves fast. I'm faster, but when I see who he's aiming at, I let him pull the damn trigger. Sometimes you have to let the trash take itself out. As his body slumps to the floor, dead of his own cowardice, I step past him and gather Marina into my arms. She hugs me back tightly. Are you all right? I whisper in her ear. I think I pulled a muscle or two kicking his ass, she says casually, but I can sense the exhaustion and fear behind her sarcasm. My arms tighten around her, and she tucks her head under my chin. I'll be okay. But Anne needs our help. She's been drugged. I glance down at the woman lying just inside the bedroom door. She's breathing steadily, and her eyelids flutter. Looks like a tranquilizer. It's best if you make that call. She looks up at me. I don't want you to go. Meet me at the hotel when it's done. You can do this. But you won't be able to do it if half of Denver PD is chasing me around. She nods and sighs. I understand. I'll see you there. It's hard to walk away, even with the danger over. I don't want her facing the police, the hospital, the press, any of it alone. But she's already proven that she doesn't need me. She just wants me. Unexpectedly. Maybe undeservedly. And even with all the madness that just happened, that's the best feeling in the world.
The end. We hope you enjoyed listening to The Orphan Next Door and His Secret Baby by Michelle Love and Alicia Starr. Now please listen to a sneak peek for Dirty Money by Michelle Love. Collateral damage. It looks like it might ruin, Laura thought as she idled at a stoplight. She waited for the green arrow to signal so that she could turn into the parking lot where she worked, becoming more frustrated with each passing moment that the road on both sides stayed empty and that the light stayed red. Come on, she mumbled to herself. I'm gonna be late. Finally, mercifully, the green arrow appeared, and she turned across the wide street into a sloped parking lot outside Tackleman's, the grungy sports bar that had helped her pay her bills for the past 2 years. The gravelly noise in her engine was back, she noticed, as she situated herself in her favorite parking spot. It's just because it's cold, Ollie told herself. She couldn't afford any significant repairs. The dated blue Accord was on its last legs, and she was firmly in denial about it. It wasn't like she had the money for a new car. Twisting the keys out of the ignition, she snatched her black canvas serving apron off the floor from under the passenger seat, amidst an array of discarded receipts and crinkled plastic water bottles. The door creaked as she opened it, and again as she slammed it behind her and manually locked it. The air was crisp and cool, making her snuggle into her fleece-lined hemp hoodie as she crossed the mostly empty parking lot. Great, she thought as the chill bit the tip of her nose, another slow night. The front door, a heavy scuffed monstrosity with fading brass handles and a white Tackleman's decal peeling off from the dingy windows, groaned as she yanked it open, and a blast of heated air warmed her chilly cheeks. Inside, feel-good music played quietly on a constant loop in the dimly lit bar. Tackleman's boasted 36 beers on tap. They were usually out of about 12 of them. A full wet bar, all house liquors, loomed behind a colossal wooden bar plastered with tacky sports memorabilia, flickering neon signs, and celebrity mugshots. Worn tables, most with an aged and peeling finish, were scattered around the bar in a sort of wherever it fits it goes design. A low stage sagged into the back corner, near a small, pathetic excuse for a dance floor. It was usually lonely, except for the wretched weekend nights when local bands of graying wannabes did their best to rupture Ollie's eardrums. "Hey, Ollie," a baby-faced blonde called out, galloping up to the front of the bar with an enthused smile. Damn it, Ollie thought. She had really been meaning to learn the new host's name. "Hey," she said vaguely with a half-assed smile, hoping the girl wouldn't notice that she hadn't said her name back. She didn't. The girl just rested her elbows on the weathered wooden podium used as the hostess stand. The dusty chalkboard on the front advertised the daily specials in colorful chalk, and whoever had done it that day had some very big, very loopy handwriting done in pink. "Long time no see. Am I right?" Blondie tried for a lame, over-friendly joke. Ollie wanted to roll her eyes, but resisted the urge. "But hey, look. You've got a really good section tonight." "Yeah, I would hope so. I told Napoleon that first would come in early and close tonight," Ollie said, peering over the host stand to scan the table chart. 5 tables, all large, somewhat clean booths near the bar, plus whatever came in after everyone else was cut. She could work with that. "Hopefully it gets busy, I'm so bored," the other girl whined. "Yeah," Ollie replied bluntly, breaking off the conversation and making her way past the bar and around the tables to the back. Some Tackleman's guests weren't even sure the bar had a kitchen because it was tucked way back in the far right corner. There was a short metal expo line where the kitchen served up the food. Around the corner, it opened to a semi-cramped kitchen that had probably once been pristine and white but was now stained, yellowed, and dirty. One by one, the on-duty cooks acknowledged her, their greetings ranging from "Yo, Ollie" to a sultry "Hey, girl," and she nodded or waved in return. Most of them had worked there as long as she had, and some were even like family. The kitchen backed up to another partial wall, behind which were the manager's office and 2 rows of coat hooks for the staff. Several jackets and various sizes of backpacks had already been hung from the hooks, and Ollie wriggled out of her sweatshirt and hung it off one of the hooks on the lower rack. She tied her apron around her waist, securing the strings with a double-knotted bow under her belt buckle and tucking it under the flap. She checked her pockets, coasters on the left, an order book in the center, and a cluster of pens on the right. She was good to go. The door to the manager's office was most often closed, but not on that night. Through the opening, she heard a familiar voice call out, "Ollie, is that you?" The nasal utterance grated on her nerves. She took a deep breath and rolled her eyes, then crept up to the door and peeked around into the office. As per usual, it was tiny, cramped, and the desk was littered with papers. Shelves on the walls were packed with books and binders, and there were 6 huge bottles of pineapple vodka, left over from another promo flop, crowded in the back corner. A very short, very thin, very pockmarked man in a stiff, charcoal gray button-up with a pair of wiry glasses sat in the bulky, black office chair, typing furiously on a keyboard attached to a clunky desktop monitor. "What do you need, Eric?" she asked, the airy, pleasant professionalism in her voice masking her deep, preoccupying loathing for the tiny man and his huge attitude. "Hey, I just wanted to say thanks for coming in and helping me out tonight. We had 2 servers call in tonight, if you can imagine that, and as always, I just wanted to thank you for all your hard work and being such a team player." Eric said it all without looking away from the screen. The lack of eye contact only added to the professional, yet wildly insincere tone that he always seemed to have. "Yeah, of course," she replied. "You know me, I need the money." "Yeah, art majors usually tend to need help with that." "Yeah," she replied bluntly. "Can you come clock me in?" Eric stood and Ollie, at only 5'7", could see straight over his head. His height, or lack thereof, coupled with his hair-trigger temper and inflated self-importance, had earned him the nickname Napoleon among his staff. As they walked together back up to the point-of-sale computers, Ollie nursed her battered ego. She wished his playful jab at her chosen career path still hadn't damaged any hope she had harbored for making it as an artist, but after the show that weekend, there wasn't much left there for him to damage. Truth was, she was coming up on 3 years of learning to draw and to paint, which colors to do it with, and which artist was responsible for every painting. 3 years of late nights spent sketching, erasing, resketching, smudging, coloring, color mixing, painting, and swearing. 3 years of smudged fingertips, washing brushes, and praying countless stains come out in the wash or the shower. In 3 months, when she had walked across the stage to receive her fine arts diploma, she knew that she was walking into an unforgiving world whose approval she would need if she ever hoped to pay her rent. Sure, she had known that going in, but she hadn't really known it until she'd put her heart and soul up on the walls in front of gallery owners and private buyers, and walked away with only $60 and not a single showing contract. It had been 5 days since the show, but the wound still sucked at her gut like a raw, angry hunger. "I'm going to be waiting tables forever," Ali thought morosely. She pictured herself as an old woman, with liver spots on her pale, slender hands and shots of gray through her inky black hair, serving Irish car bombs to college boys, and her heart sank halfway to her knees. She tapped her login code 8134 into the POS, and a window popped up that read, "Clock and time was 4:30 p.m. Are you early?" Eric swiped his manager card to complete her clock in, and she was good to go. Ready to serve all of the tables that weren't there. Awesome. "Where's your name tag?" Eric barked, short and snappy like a little Yorkie. With a resigned sigh, Ali said, "In my pocket." She began to dig it out. "Why isn't it on your shirt?" Eric asked smugly. "It's getting there," Ali said, locking eyes with him as she fussed with the magnetic back to attach it under her collarbone. Her tone was playful, but her eyes said beware. Eric turned and walked away, an ugly, smarmy smile on his little face. Nobody else would be there until 5, and she had forgotten to ask Eric what the new host's name was. Ali didn't really want to talk to her anyway, so she wandered around the restaurant wiping crumbs off chairs with a wet rag, refilling the already full ice bin, brewing new tea they probably didn't need, anything to keep her mind off her failure as an artist. Not a failure. She chastised herself for her negative self-talk. A lot of the greats didn't make it big at first. The thought perked her up a little bit. It was true, a lot of stellar artists weren't big and famous right off the bat. She was only 22, she had time to get better, right? A sinister voice nagged at the back of her head. A lot of the greats still didn't make any money either. The next few hours dragged on. There was supposed to be a pot for the football game at 7, but at 1:15, there was still only about 1 table per server and a few bearded men cluttering the bar. Ali had only made $13 in almost 3 hours, and once again she regretted helping Eric out. She practically lived there, especially on the weekends, and she was beginning to wonder if she should try to find another job. As if on cue, about 4 minutes to kickoff, a small herd of men in team colors lumbered into the bar. They yelled, high-fived, back-clapped, and whooped as they all blazed past the host stand and began seating themselves at random around the bar. Ali exchanged looks across the drink station with Brittany, a beautiful, full-figured Latina who was probably Ali's only real work friend. They rolled their eyes in sync. The two of them straightened out their aprons, allowing the men to settle themselves in as the other 3 waitresses hovered around as they all ready to strike. 3 of Ali's booths filled up, and she started at the furthest, number 11. "Hey there, guys." She switched into server mode, perky, smiley, and just a little bit flirtatious. "I'm Ali. I'm going to be taking care of you. What are we drinking?" The order, 3 Coors Lights and 2 Jack and Cokes. The second booth at table 12 was full of older, overweight married men who leered at the low V neckline on her work shirt. They ordered 2 pitchers of beer and a round of fireball shots. She shuffled down to table 14, ready to gear up her spiel and take some more orders, but suddenly her breath was sucked away. There were 4 men at the table. The first man had a rough beard and wore a classic plaid flannel, semi-hot in a hipster lumberjack sort of way. The second man was clean-cut, blonde and baby-faced, wearing a crisp Oxford. The third had a mess of unruly bushy hair escaping from an upside-down and backward sports visor. He was wearing a hockey jersey for some reason. But the fourth man was a dream come true. Even though he was sitting down, she could tell he was tall. Ollie had always been a sucker for tall guys. He was long and lean with great posture. He wore a fitted Henley that hugged his thick, athletic arms. The thin fabric strained against his swollen pecs. He had that brownish blonde hair that women paid good money for, but Ollie was sure it was natural. His golden hair was barely brushed. Thick prominent brows framed a stunning pair of practically gold hazel eyes. His full lips were twisted in a predatory grin, as those gold eyes bore into her so intensely that Ollie couldn't breathe. Something about the man struck her to her core. The spell was broken thankfully when Visor Boy leapt up. His knees jostled the table, he pumped his fist in the air, yelling, "Woo doggy!" "Yeah. Go boys, go boys." His fist pump narrowly missed Ollie's head. The sudden commotion distracted her, and gave her heart a different reason to race. Golden eyes still watched her before he chuckled slightly, and she felt heat rise in her cheeks. "Sorry about that," he apologized with a smooth British accent. Of course he has a British accent, Ollie thought lustfully. "Oh, it's no problem," she stammered. "I'm Ollie, I'll be taking care of you guys." "Well, that's a weird way to spell it," Visor Boy cut her off, leering at her name tag. "Isn't that a boy's name? Like Ollie?" "Usually, yeah," Ollie replied, hoping to make her irritation sound lighthearted. "So, can I get you guys something to drink?" Lumberjack wanted a Sam Adams, Babyface got a gin and tonic, and Visor Boy got a double Jack and Coke. Golden Eyes asked how she got her name. "Oh, she stuttered. "My real name is Allura, like Aurora, but with an L in the middle. But I end up getting called Laura a lot, and I just prefer Ollie." "Beautiful," his sensual accent purred. "And so unique. I like it. Could you get me a short stout, and a shot of Jameson?" "Which stout?" "We have." He cut her off. "Surprise me." The way he said it, the wicked gleam in his eye, the sensuous curl to his lips, and that voice. Ollie wasn't usually one to get so starstruck by men, but she wanted to surprise him with so much more than just a beer. She tapped away at the POS. Thankful she had written everything down before Mr. British scrambled her brain. Brittany walked up behind her, flicking overflowed beer off her manicured hands. She examined her precious fake nails, currently Tiffany box blue with sparkly silver bows ironically adorning her third fingers. "Hey Brit," Ollie called, wiggling her fingers in front of the screen. "Yo," Brittany joked in her fake chola voice. In more of a commanding tone than she meant to use, Ollie ordered, "You have to run my drinks to table 14. An instant glare moved over the other waitress's overly made-up face. "Why?" "Do your own job." "Because there's a guy there. He's built attractive as hell and British." "Oh honey, consider me there." She sashayed her voluptuous buttocks over to the bar to snatch the drinks before someone else could. Ollie laughed and shook her head as she finished ringing everything up. Ollie began filling 15 glasses of water, hoping to keep everyone at least a little sober. Cutting people off was a hassle that she wasn't feeling up to. She took them to her other tables first, ensuring that Brittany could get in on the eye candy. Then she took some orders for potato skins, hot wings, and fried cheese. She walked straight past table 14 when she saw Brittany at the computer. If she'd been paying attention, Ollie would have noticed the dreamy British hunk watching her like a hawk. "So, what do you think?" Ollie asked Brittany with a wicked smile. "Oh my girl, total 10. Get his number and send me pictures when you do him," Brittany said. She waggled her perfect, penciled-in eyebrows and bumped her hips against Ollie's suggestively as she worked the computer. "Oh whatever," Ollie laughed. "Guys like that don't leave me their number. Guys like his weird buddy in the visor leave me their number. And I am not going out with him." She shuddered at the thought of spending an evening with that buffoon. Brittany clucked disapprovingly. "Next time you go shopping, make sure you find some confidence that fits you, girl. You could totally bag that." "Oh damn, some dude's waving me down." "Creep," she muttered under her breath as she wandered off toward an acne-ridden blonde who was staring her down as though she were a chunk of meat. Gotta love the bar business, Ollie thought. Appetizer orders in, Ollie took another trayful of waters back to table 14, where she was actually grateful to see the men all invested in the game. "Here are these for you guys, just in case," she said cheerfully as she arranged the glasses in front of the 4 men, snatching away the Brit's empty shot glass. The TV was behind her, and none of them looked away except for Golden Eyes. His smoldering stare made her feel warm, almost feverish. "Thank you," he politely said. When no one else budged, he spoke a bit louder to his friends. "Thank the lady." The 3 of them seemed to reanimate from their dumbstruck sports faces, and a chorus of quiet, habitual thanks was heard around the table. "So, are we eating? Or?" Before she could finish, Ollie was once again cut off by Visor Boy. "Heck yeah, let's get some wings. Like a butt-ton of wings." "Dylan, what the hell is wrong with you?" "I'm sorry about him, Miss Ollie." The way Golden Eyes said her name with a formal title tickled her a little. She wasn't exactly used to manners in the dive that she worked in. "I'm Weston, by the way." Not only was it kind of an attractive name, but his accent really gave some body to the W, making it sound almost regal. "Nice to meet you, Weston." Ollie could practically feel her nervous knees knocking together. "Get a grip, alls," she silently told herself to pull herself together. "So, wings? What flavor? What sauces for dipping? How many? What are we doing?" There was some grumbling between the men. Clearly no one was prepared, and as much as Ollie enjoyed being in Weston's presence, she did have other things to do. She hoped her anxious jiggling and flicking eyes weren't too noticeable, but finally the conclusion was that they would have 1 pound of medium and 1 pound of sweet and spicy Thai with ranch and blue cheese. She jotted a note on the pad in her order book, promised them it would be right out, and turned to leave. Before she could take even 2 steps away, Dylan raucously called, "Oh yeah, and some shots. Make it a round of Jame-O." Though irritated, Ollie turned, smiled, and scribbled on her pad to acknowledge that she'd heard. Weston glared at his friend, shaking his head and smiling as he brought the glass of thick dark beer to his lips. Ollie wondered briefly how 2 such different men had become friends. Orders were taken, drinks and food were run to tables, and eventually, the bar settled back into a lull. The waitresses hung out in hidden corners, gossiping, giggling, and complaining out of view of their tables. Ollie's feet had begun to ache, and she was startled to see that it was already halftime. With 11 and 12 managed, Ollie sauntered over to table 14. Though Weston was definitely the highlight of her night, Dylan had wasted no time getting half-cocked on shots, and it turned out that he was even more obnoxious when he was intoxicated. She approached with caution, asking, "Everything all right over here?" The question was met with an enthusiastic woo right into her face. Dylan's breath stank of hot sauce and whiskey. "So I'll take that as a yes?" She was trying for coy, hoping her exhaustion and annoyance weren't showing yet. "We're great," the lumberjack said. "I'm sorry about him. I don't know why he's acting like such a jerk." With the last word, he turned angry eyes on Dylan and kicked him under the table. "Really, it's fine. He's super mellow compared to what usually goes on here. You guys are first-timers, huh?" She directed the question at the group, hoping Weston would answer for them, but unfortunately it was Dylan who said, "Nah, we've been in a few times before but didn't even realize this was like the place to watch the game. You guys got a great setup here." "Oh, you mean all these?" Ollie held her hands out and gestured at their TV collection. It really was ridiculous. There were more TVs in the bar than there were tables. On days when there were multiple games, it actually got super disorienting with all those colorful bodies moving out of sync. "Yeah. Those." There was a libidinous tone to Dylan's reply, and his muddy brown eyes were squarely on her chest. Ollie narrowed her eyes. "Too bad those aren't for public viewing," she spat. Before he could annoy her any further, Ollie stalked away. Some girls thrived under that kind of attention, and Ollie really didn't understand. It just felt so smarmy. The second half of the game sounded like an exciting one, lots of table pounding and drawn-out O's in the dining room. However, Eric had decided to cut the floor so that everyone could get all of their side work done by the time that their tables finished, so then everyone could clear out and stop wasting his labor hours on a bunch of table campers. Ollie rushed around almost frantically, assigning and checking everyone else's little chores for the night and scribbling her messy signature on checkout forms. Fully aware of how much she had been neglecting her tables, she regretfully marched down the row of booths, dropping off checks and hiding her worn-out soul behind a peppy little mask. 11 and 12 were both ready to tab out, thank God, and she approached 14 to find Weston gone. The other 3 men made signing motions in the air, and Lumberjack said, "All on one check." Ollie wondered idly where he'd gone, but was frankly too tired to care anymore. After a long day of classes, studio time, and then a work shift, she was completely worn out. Plus, like she'd told Brittany, it wasn't like anything would ever happen between them anyway, so it wasn't like his being there was going to change anything. Ollie passed out tabs, collected cards, ran cards, returned tabs, and bid all her happy patrons a good night, all without another sighting of Weston. Oh well, she thought. Dylan had paid 14's tab, and Ollie watched him from the POS as he continued to scribble on the receipt long after he should have been finished signing it. "Told you I'd get Weirdo Visor Boy's number," Ollie grumbled to Brittany, who was slipping into her coat to leave for the night. "Bummer girl, I'm sorry," she replied. Suddenly, Brittany perked up, pointing a bright teal finger in the air. "Unless? Maybe British Dream had to leave early on some kind of emergency or something, and dipshit over there is giving you his number instead." "Yeah, haha," Ollie's voice was dripping with sarcasm and she rolled her eyes. She hugged Brittany goodnight and waved at the other girls who were heading out the door. Eventually, Dylan and his friends left too. Ollie walked the row of booths, tucking checkbooks into her apron pockets and balancing cold, dirty glasses in her arms. The bar stank of fried food and spilled beer, and the air was hotter and muggier than it had been before the rush. She carried her mound of glassware to the dish pit in the back. The humidity was almost choking. Water rushed through the pipes, the pressure washing dish machine whirred. It was only 10, so the bar wouldn't close for 2 more hours, but the kitchen had begun shutting down most of their stations. Tackleman's late-night menu, like most sports bars, consisted of just a few low-maintenance fried appetizers, but no one expected it to get busy again. They were right too. Ollie and a tall, ginger-haired bartender named Danielle fielded the 5 men, total, that came into the bar once everyone cleaned out. By closing time, the bar was swept, mopped, vacuumed, and scrubbed from top to bottom, and Ollie had Eric clock her out. "How was your night?" he asked, not looking up as he flipped through the pile of receipts in her checkout. "Another night in paradise," she said with a weak smile. "Did you want this?" he asked, holding up a receipt. "Want what?" she asked, but looking closer she saw it was table 14's receipt. "Oh, that, no thanks." "You sure?" Eric said jokingly. "You're just gonna ruin poor Mr. He squinted through his glasses, "Weston's night." Ollie's eyebrows shot up. "Is it actually Weston's number?" "That's what it says." Ollie snatched the slim sheet of paper away from him. She honestly hadn't even read what was on the back, and she couldn't believe that Brittany was right. But there it was, a note and 10 digits in a very traditional male chicken scratch. "Weston had to go, but wanted me to leave you his number. You should call him." "I'm not gonna call him." "But you should." "But I'm not gonna." Ollie smiled. She and Brittany sat together in 2 oversized, worn leather chairs inside their local Starbucks. The air smelled pleasingly of coffee, and all around them, people of varying ages, genders, and nationalities tapped away on MacBooks and sipped from white cardboard cups. The seasonal flavors were back, and Brittany practically begged Ollie to get her first pumpkin spice latte of the season. Ollie wasn't usually much of a Starbucks fan, but she wanted to tell Brittany that she was right about Weston. Plus, a peppermint mocha had sounded pretty good. The receipt with Weston's number scrawled on it was wrinkled slightly and sat on the tiny end table between them. Despite herself, Ollie couldn't help staring at it, as though it was magically going to start talking to her. "But you have to call him," Brittany whined. "I don't have to do anything," Ollie said, sucking down some creamy mint chocolatey goodness. Why would I want to go out with some guy who can't give me his number himself? $10 say the number is actually his weird-ass friend, pretending to be him anyway. But what if he really had to leave? What if he's like a surgeon or something, running off in the dark of the night to go save lives? Brittany, with her usual dramatic flair, placed a hand over her heart. Good, then I'm definitely not interested, Ollie laughed. Oh yeah. Brittany's face soured. I forgot you're weird and don't like rich guys. It was true. When Ollie's mom, Evelyn Green, was in her 20s, she had wanted nothing more than to be an actress. She worked hard, slinging coffee and eggs at a diner in the mornings so that she could spend her afternoons on stage, doing plays for small local theaters. During her moving performance as a schizophrenic in The House of Blue Leaves, she caught the eye of a man in the audience. The man was Charles Worrell, a tall, dark, and handsome stereotype with family money who didn't have to try hard to win her heart. 2 years later, they ended up with a lovely baby, Alora Jane Worrell. From the time that she was born to the time she was 14, Alora had lived a wealthy life of big houses, private schools, and nice cars. She hadn't known anything different until her mother came into her room one day in tears, explaining that her father had gone. As it turned out, Evelyn had been so enamored with Charles that she had accepted his plans to never marry. When it turned out after 14 years that having a family was too much of a financial inconvenience, and her father had simply walked out. Some say he moved, some say he just kept himself cleverly hidden, but either way he was gone and Evelyn and Alora were left penniless. The women had pulled themselves up by their bootstraps and got Ollie through public school in a tiny apartment. She and her mother were able to make do. But ever since, she had harbored a bitter dislike for rich men. She had even changed her name. Ollie was determined to never depend on a man, financially or otherwise. Well, what if he's like a plumber or something? Yeah, like an attractive British emergency plumber who saves people from late-night septic tank disasters. The excitement in Brittany's voice was endearing, even though the idea was ridiculous. Ollie appreciated Brittany's vested interest in her love life, but she really hated dating. Plus, that guy was way too attractive to be a plumber. Seriously, Britt, it's probably just his dumb, trashy friend. I'm not letting that guy have my number. Well, fine, Brittany said, snatching the receipt off the table and swiping open her phone. He can have mine. No. Ollie shouted, springing up from her seat and reaching for the little device, as Brittany brought it up to her ear and blocked it with a girly little giggle. Ollie sat back heavily in her own chair with a resigned sigh. She was fully aware Brittany was unstoppable once she got moving with an idea. It's ringing, Brittany hissed, an ecstatic twitter in her voice. Ollie dropped her head into her hands. She was embarrassed for Brittany, who, now that she thought about it, had probably never even felt embarrassed before in her life. Suddenly, Brittany gave an excited little cry and slapped her hand over the microphone. She squealed British. Take it. She tossed her phone at Ollie. She barely caught the sparkly pink phone and shot a giggling Brittany a death glare. Hello? She asked lightly, bringing the phone to her ear. Her heart hammered in her chest. Hello? Is someone actually there? There was a hint of a smile in the smooth British voice, and Ollie's hammering heart was soon met by a flutter of butterflies in her stomach. Yeah, hi, she stammered. Brittany looked on, wide-eyed with glee, and Ollie turned herself sideways a bit so she felt she had some semblance of privacy. It's Ollie. From the bar last night? I think your friend left me your number. She was fully aware, and swollen with instant regret for how utterly stupid and ridiculous she sounded. Oh, Ollie. Great. I was pretty bummed out when I had to step out and didn't get a chance to speak with you again. I was somewhat worried that you wouldn't call. Yeah, well, here I am, Ollie said with a forced laugh. He returned the laugh politely. Yes, here you are. Now, I know this is a long shot, but is there any chance you're free tonight? I'd love to take you out to dinner. Oh, shoot, I actually have to work tonight. No, she doesn't. Brittany yelled almost directly into the mouthpiece. Ollie covered it and shot her a dirty look. Can you hold for just 1 second? She didn't wait for a reply, she just stuck the phone on mute. Britt? What are you doing? I 100% do actually work tonight. Not anymore, Brittany leered with a Cheshire cat grin. I'm taking your shift, and you're going because he is attractive and British, and you haven't had a date or even a night out in how long? I can't, come on, you know how badly I need the money. No. Stop. You'll make money on both of your doubles this weekend. You'll be fine. You need this time for yourself. You're going. Brittany was right. It had been a while. She unmuted the phone and brought it back to her ear. Well, I guess I got the night off tonight. I'd love to go to dinner with you. Weston chuckled and said, Great. I'll pick you up at, say, 7:30. Sounds great. I'll text you my address from my real number, this phone isn't mine. Excellent. I'm glad to have heard from you, Ollie. The way her name rolled off his tongue made her feel weak. I'll see you tonight. Bye, she squeaked. She hung up the phone and tossed it back to Brittany. Well, I hope you're happy. She smiled back, her full, flawlessly lined lips twisted devilishly. I'm thrilled, actually. And one of these days, probably tomorrow, you're going to be thanking me. Whatever. Ollie rolled her eyes, but she knew Brittany was probably right. If she was being honest, she was pretty excited. What am I gonna wear? Let's go shopping and find out. Brittany winked. The girls tossed their empty white cups in the trash can, gathered their purses, and headed out to Ollie's groaning little Accord. This was a mistake, Ollie thought, once again straightening the hem of her dress. Her raven hair fell stick straight halfway down her back, her straight-cut bangs brushed her freshly plucked eyebrows. Her fair skin was subtly made up, and her steel-colored eyes lined with subtle little black wings. She wore a high-cut, sleeveless dress the color of an eggplant that hugged her slender body, with an asymmetrical skirt that showed a little more of her long, porcelain thigh on one side than she was used to. Since she was already bordering on tall for a girl, she had tried to convince Brittany that flats were a better option. Britt had simply said, in a dress like that, heels are the only option. So there Ollie was, teetering slightly on a pair of strappy black wedges. She stood outside her apartment complex, hoping to spare poor Weston the chore of finding her cramped little studio apartment. Her nervous eyes watched the traffic, worrying that he either wouldn't show or worse, that he was going to show up in some flashy rich boy car. The seconds ticked by painfully slow. She checked the time on her phone in her small black clutch for the 100th time, and it was still only 7:24. Why had she come out so early? Suddenly, a car rumbled to a stop near the curb in front of her. The beaten Volkswagen Bug looked like a bulbous little dinosaur. It quite possibly could have been one of the first bugs ever made. The exterior was dinged up and painted sunset orange. The artist in Ollie fell in love with the unforgettable little car immediately. The rest of her soon followed suit when the passenger window rolled down, and Weston ducked his head to look out and greet her. He reached across the interior of the car and pulled the handle. The door swung open, and he tapped the passenger seat, inviting her in. Her heavy shoes clicked against the pavement as she trotted over and climbed in. The worn sun-bleached brown leather covering the seats was soft and had been well maintained. The whole car smelled hearty and delightfully old. Then there was Weston. Even in a simple navy-striped button-down and crisp dark jeans, he looked like a living, breathing GQ cover. His hair was swept back neatly but didn't look too heavily gelled, which Ollie was happy with. Nothing grosser than trying to push your fingers through a sticky mess of gel, she thought. His almost inhuman golden eyes flashed in the last bits of the evening sun. Up this close, Ollie noticed a ring of green around his pupils. And his smell, boy, was it heady. Warm, musky, and manly. His lips were set in an easy-going smile, as his eyes took her in, from her metallic purple toenails all the way up. You look amazing, he said. Gosh, your voice is like honey, she thought to herself, suddenly desperate to taste his mouth. Thank you, she said, bashfully looking down into her lap. You do too, seriously. I knew I'd have to be standing next to you all night, so I did my best. He set his wide hand with its long, delicate fingers on the gear shift and wiggled it around. His knee jerked as he pumped the clutch, and with a low groan and a pungent blast of diesel smoke, the ancient bug shifted into drive and then merged onto the street. I do have to say, I really love this car, Ollie said. Thank you, Weston said with a wide, genuine smile. I actually rebuilt it myself. Always had a thing for VW Beetles. My brother and I were big into the slug bug game when we were younger. I always told him I was going to get one when I was older, so that I'd always see at least one in the morning, so I'd have a head start. Ollie laughed. That's cute. When I saw this one, it was basically a pile of rust, but I saw its potential and well, here it is. Up, running and all. So you painted it bright orange? Yes, he said, abashed. I thought it would be fun. Don't see many orange ones anymore, do you? Haha, no. It's funny though, orange is one of my favorite colors. It's just so? I don't know. Happy. Happy, he said, nodding as he considered it. Well, I guess that's the perfect word for it. I'm honestly just happy that it runs. As if to illustrate his point, the car screeched as they pulled up to a stoplight. The brakes clearly weren't as happy as he was that the ancient car was running. So, where are we going? Ollie asked. The ice still hadn't quite been broken. She was definitely nervous. Weston was not the usual caliber of man she went out with, physically at least. He was so good-looking that she almost wondered if she was dreaming. Actually, we're not going anymore, he said with a smile. The alarm exploded through Ollie. What do you mean by that? I knew he was too good to be true. I feel for this attractive little trap, and now he's some kind of serial killer. He's kidnapped me. I'm going to die in this little orange bug. Because we're here. The slyness in his eyes acknowledged that he'd heard the mild panic in her voice, and that his little joke had been a success on his end. The adrenaline that had surged through Ollie's veins seemed to dissolve instantly. She gave a shaky laugh, feeling an embarrassed blush stain her cheeks. Weston worked the vintage bug into a parking spot on the side of the two-lane street. As it turned out, he was not a very adept parallel parker. Thankfully, the bug was small, so he was able to maneuver it without hitting the parked cars in front of and behind them. Wait here a sec, he said, opening the door and stepping out. Ollie watched him curiously as he walked around the front of the bug. It was only when his hand touched her door handle that she realized what was going on. He was opening the door for her. Who says chivalry is dead? She had a fairly active dating life, although not quite as much in the last few months, with her heavy school load and ever-increasing financial demands that kept her practically living in the bar to get by. But no man had ever done this for her. She was thoroughly impressed, and still a little blown away as he took her hand and helped her out of the low little car. Ollie stumbled slightly on her heels, but wasn't sure whether the wedges or Weston's warm smile made her knees wobbly. Those are some straight white teeth, she thought, alarmingly aware of how smitten she was with this man that she knew almost nothing about. Weston had parked in front of a local strip mall, a block-long congregation of small local businesses. Taking Ollie's arm in his, he guided her to a hole-in-the-wall Mexican restaurant that she had never been to, making for an interesting first-date location. He pulled open the door, which tinkled a little bell. He gestured for Ollie to enter before him, and she gave him a small nod, an involuntary smile playing on her full lips. She caught Weston's gaze resting hungrily on her mouth and knew the deep red lipstick was a good choice. The decor was tacky and colorful. Big flashy sombreros, rough oil paintings of Aztec warriors, landscapes dotted with small adobe buildings, and beautiful handmade clay plates covered most of the wall space. Bright fake parrots hung from the ceiling on little metal swings. The paint behind them was deep, golden yellow with ornate white trim along the ceilings and floors. The air inside was warm and smelled heartily of spice and meat, and Ollie immediately felt her mouth water. Weston pulled her chair out for her, earning him even more brownie points. He took his seat across from her and said, I love this place, it's a little undercredited gem. The family migrated here from Mexico about 15 years ago, if I remember correctly, and they're very cultural. Their food is also all totally traditional and amazing. Best refried beans I've ever had. Well, I'm definitely excited to try them then, Ollie said, her nerves beginning to relax a bit. The atmosphere there was so welcoming, so full of life, she couldn't take her eyes off the eccentrically decorated walls. I love the little parrots, she said, pointing to the plastic birds. They're something, aren't they? He chuckled. Lowering his voice, he said, I've actually named them. He pointed from bird to bird, first a green one, then a blue one. That's Miguel, that's Juan. Then to a red one. That's Rosalita. Lastly, to the yellow one. And that's Steve. Ollie couldn't help but burst into laughter. All those traditional names then, Steve? Weston shrugged and gave her a wink. Why not? Ollie couldn't fault that logic, she thought with a giggle. She shook her head at him, with a playful smile. He was just so charming and funny too, and she could listen to that smooth, lilted voice all day. A short, squat Mexican woman in a frilly red blouse, tight black skirt and flesh-colored hose with clunky black shoes approached the table. Her hair was scraped back into a severe bun, and she wore a large fake flower behind one ear. Hola, she greeted them, placing a large one-page menu in front of each of them. Can I get you something to drink? She asked with a heavy accent. You a margarita fan? He asked Ollie. Oh yeah, she replied. Make it dos margaritas, he said, no shame in his broken Spanish. The little woman nodded with a toothy grin, and scampered away as quickly as she had come. So Ollie, the way his beautiful mouth said her name still really got to her. Tell me about yourself. So she did. Just the bare bones, that she was a waitress full-time and enjoyed it well enough, that she lived alone with a fat gray tabby cat named Bruce, and that she was going to art school. Art school, huh? That must be fulfilling. Interesting too, I bet. Ollie batted the comment away, still nursing disappointment and doubt after the show last weekend, and not really wanting to talk about school or her art. She hadn't even been able to paint for a week, she'd been so distraught. Usually, she did 2 or 3 a week. It's all right, not quite what I'd imagined it would be. Thankfully, before he could probe further, the waitress set 2 massive margarita glasses in front of them. Good thing I'm not driving, Ollie thought. Are we ready to order? The waitress asked, wide smile firmly in place. Ollie wasn't. She actually hadn't even touched the laminated menu the woman had set down before. She was about to say no when Weston asked, You trust me? I could order for you. Surprised again at his gentlemanly manner, she nodded and agreed, sure. His ability to pull off a take-charge attitude without being oppressive really impressed her. She felt like a woman in good care, not smothered. Something she wasn't sure that she had ever actually experienced with a man, but she was definitely a fan. How about that plate with a bit of your best dishes, señorita? With a nod, the waitress scurried away, and Ollie's eyes fell back on the handsome man who sat across from her. Your turn, she said. Tell me about yourself, Weston. There's not much to tell, honestly, he said with a semi-shy smile. But it turned out he had plenty to tell. I work for an internet startup my dad created, which is wonderful, because I get to do most of my work from home. I won't bore you with the details about that though. In all honesty, it isn't a very exciting job. I have a 13-year-old chocolate lab named Titan. He's my little buddy, and quite possibly the coolest dog who's ever lived. We play fetch in the park twice a week. You already met my mate Dylan. He rolled his eyes. Yes, I sure have. How did you two meet? You seem very different, she said, struggling not to sound offensive. He laughed. Yeah, you could say that. We met in school. I spent my younger years in England with my mother. My parents split when I was little. Dad moved here to chase some American dream fantasy. Mum passed when I was 15. I'll stop you right there, don't apologize. Unless you're responsible for cancer, I really don't need to hear it, he said with a genuine smile. But once I moved here, I struggled for a while. I was always quiet and not very quick to make friends. Long story short, Dylan befriended me, and we went through a lot of our wilder years together and a couple of tough times too. Hard to break a bond like that, even if you've matured faster than the other person, you know? I understand that, she said, nodding. The guy was deep, and she was entranced by him. I hope you don't mind me asking, but how old are you? I'll be 29 in a week, he replied. How old are you? The difference in their ages didn't bother Ollie much. She actually preferred older guys, though 7 years was a decent gap. 22, she answered. I hope the difference doesn't bother you? Not at all, though I would have pegged you to be a little older. 24 or 5. But no, it doesn't matter. You're mature for your age, though. Thank you, Ollie responded with a grateful nod. It wasn't the first time she had heard that. The conversation flowed, relaxed, comfortable, and Ollie had so many more questions. She wanted to learn everything she could about the gorgeous man. Before she could, however, 2 steaming plates were placed between them. Her empty stomach took over. There was hunger in her stare as she took in the assorted plate of glorious Mexican food that the waitress had placed in front of her. I wasn't sure what you liked, but now you've got options, Weston laughed. He pointed to the food as he described it: 1 cheese enchilada, 1 small chicken burrito, a chili relleno and a beef empanada, all slathered in various sauces and arranged next to a mountain of refried beans, topped with a sprinkle of yellow cheese and red Mexican rice. It looked and smelled divine, and Ollie thanked him as she dug in. The taste, the textures, the spices, the stretch of the stringy melted cheese, every single detail fired up her senses, and she couldn't help the delighted moan that slipped out. Weston smiled, digging into his food with nearly the same enthusiasm. Their conversation comfortably stalled as they ate, the vocal silence punctuated by the clink and scrape of silverware against plates. As the wolfing and chewing began to slow, the conversation resumed. The amicable conversation covered their tastes in music, TV, and books. It turned out Weston was an avid reader, and as they pushed the clean plates to the edge of the table, he detailed his specific love for Shakespeare. I don't know what it is about his work, he gushed. The man was a genius, really. He managed to capture every human pain, jealousy, greed, betrayal. And managed to make it all into art, you know? Yeah, Allie said dreamily. She was lost in his voice, as smooth and sweet as melted caramel. The fact he could speak so beautifully was nothing compared to the passion behind his voice. She had finally met someone else who understood the power and majesty of art, of creation. The waitress approached, taking the plates and offering dessert. Weston insisted on an order of fried ice cream, despite Ollie's complaints that she couldn't possibly handle even one more bite. She narrowed her eyes playfully, shaking her head at him. You're trouble, she accused. Why do you say that? He asked with a laugh. You know exactly why, she said slyly. Before Weston could reply, and hopefully continue the flirtation, a massive sphere with a beautiful crispy golden crust, drizzled in zigzags of runny chocolate syrup, was placed on the table between them. Despite her bloated middle, she couldn't help the rush of saliva to her mouth. 2 spoons rested in the white porcelain dish, and before long the two warred with their spoons, vying for the bites with the most chocolate and laughing hysterically as they did so. A few minutes later, crunchy bits of fried crust floated in a rich white puddle of melted ice cream. Weston locked spoons with Ollie, his flashy hazel eyes enraptured her. You know, I have to say, Allura. His use of her full name sent a shiver down her spine. I am quite bewitched by you. Ollie dropped her eyes, wishing she could come up with anything to say that would have half the suave or class that he did. Thank you. Weston paid the tab, which Ollie was grateful for, given that she'd had to take the night off work to be here. Though on the other hand, she wouldn't have traded the night for anything in the world. He walked her back out to the car, and opened the car door for her yet again. As she sat alone in the dark, waiting for him to walk around the car, she took a deep, contented breath. The air was cool, the car smelled like old leather. Ollie truly couldn't remember the last time she had felt so ethereal, almost as if she were floating. He hopped in the car, started it up, and after a few semi-concerning pops from the engine and a humble smile from Weston, they were off. Entirely too soon, they were back to a row of short, ugly brick buildings, one of which happened to house Ollie's one-room box of an apartment. Weston jerked the ancient bug to a stop on the side of the road. The engine grumbled as the heat built between them in the tiny car. That margarita had been strong, Ollie thought. She felt a pleasant buzz, enriched by the fact that she was with a man she didn't need to keep her guard up around. So, he mused. So, she replied. She had thought he was just being coy, but one of his wide, warm hands was on her jaw, and he pulled her in for a kiss. His lips were soft, and the intensity behind it was flaming. She could have melted into his arms just then. She was no stranger to being intimate on the first date, but this guy was different. She knew she had to bring a stop to it. Make sure he wanted to see her at least one more time before she gave it up. She pulled away regretfully, and couldn't help a little shiver of delight. Every nerve in her body was overloaded, especially the ones that mattered. Weston blinked a few times as if regaining his composure. I said it once and I'm more than happy to say it again. His silky voice was deeper, huskier. Absolutely bewitching. Allie smiled back shyly. Good night, Weston. Good night, Ollie. Getting out of the little orange bug was one of the hardest things Ollie had done in a while, but she did it. She felt the heat of Weston's watchful gaze until she rounded her neighboring building, the only one visible from the street. As she did, she heard a metallic screech, and then a rumble as the little bug shifted and drove off into the night. The date had ended at a logical place for a first date, Ollie thought, though it was only 10. Without work, she had nothing to do with the rest of her night, but she felt more inspired after her night with Weston than she had in months. She peeled off the tight dress, which was tighter now after all that food. Digging through the dirty laundry pile on the floor near her bed, she found a pair of wrinkled striped pajama pants and a baggy spirit shirt from her college, both of which were spattered with dried paint. The light fabric was soft against her skin, allowing for great ease of movement as she pushed her bright paisley couch up against the back wall to open up the sitting area for her easel. Once set up, she selected a 12 by 24-inch canvas out of the pile of blanks she kept stashed in her storage closet. She prepped it, propped it up in the easel tray, and then it was time for painting. She was feeling very warm. Very red. She squeezed and squirted tubes, and her palette was soon covered with little piles of yellow, orange, purple, and different shades of red. Using her palette knife, she scooped and mixed different colors together, waiting as usual for the color that perfectly fit her mood to appear. Then it did. Crimson and violet with a huge glob of white, she had mixed them and the perfect shade of fuchsia was born. Once the ball was rolling, she couldn't stop. She played music on a low volume, hoping not to disturb her neighbors, and the classical notes swirled around her. Before she knew it, the canvas was covered, a beautiful first layer of fuchsia and red with little yellow and white sunbeams. Though it was beautiful, it had emotionally exhausted her, and she eventually realized it had been almost 3 hours since she started. Time always flew when she painted, but not quite like that. Tired and covered in paint, she began to pack her things away when she heard a buzz from her phone on the counter. Must be Brittany checking how her date went, Ollie thought, taking the time to wash the thick oil paint off her fingers to avoid staining her phone screen. Once they were more or less clean, she scooped up the device and unlocked it. But it wasn't a text from Brittany. It was Weston. I can't stop thinking about you. When can I see you again? Ollie grinned and blushed, happy to know he was feeling the same way she was. She considered her schedule, and the next night she had free was Monday. She typed a quick text back. Good, glad I'm not alone, smiley face. My next night off is Monday. We could do something then. He replied that it was great, and that he couldn't wait to see her again. She said she couldn't wait either, and to have a good night. His last text came in, making her heart race. I'm sure it'll be a great night, considering I'll probably be dreaming of you, smiley face. On that note, tired and aware of her long workday coming up, Ollie fell into bed. Curling up in her soft sheets, she was still smiling as she quickly fell asleep. The weekend passed in a blur. It was a busy one, thankfully, so Ollie at least made some good money on her back-to-back 12-hour days. When she could, which wasn't often, she had exchanged flirty texts with Weston, and it was clear that they were both excited about date number 2. That night, she opted for more casual attire. She wore a pair of medium-waisted bell-bottom jeans, with a lace pattern she had bleach-dyed herself down the front. The deep fuchsia peasant blouse she wore hung off both shoulders, accentuating her long neck and pronounced collarbones. The color reminded her of the impassioned painting she had done after their first night together, still drying on the easel in her living room. She'd pulled her hair back, neatly braiding it down her back in a perfect fishtail. Around her neck she wore a wire-wrapped amethyst on a thick black leather cord she had made in her jewelry class at school, and a pair of silver hoops adorned her ears. Ollie was excited for him to see more of her true style, and she was also eager to share her art and things she had made with him. Hurrying out to the curb after a text from Weston, she scanned the empty street for the beaten-down bug. It was nowhere to be seen. The only car that stood out was a shiny silver Aston Martin that looked wildly out of place on her weedy, crumbling low-income block. Spoiled jerk, she snipped in her mind. Even just seeing the car called up memories of her snake of a father, his equally snaky friends, and their awful fake wives. The selfishness, the obsession with image, and the toxicity that came with wealth were all represented in this gaudy, environmentally unfriendly car. It was disgusting. Suddenly, the window of the shiny car rolled down. Ollie's stomach twisted uncomfortably when she saw Weston in the driver's seat. As she closed the distance to the car, she did her best to justify the car. Her mind spun a yarn to cover for the man she thought she knew. Maybe it's not his. Maybe he borrowed it from a friend or relative. He's probably just trying to impress me. He doesn't know about my family or my money issues. It's all fine. As before, he reached across the car, though this car was definitely wider, and popped the door open from the inside. His smile was wide and excited. He was formally dressed again in a silvery gray button-down and a dark pair of trousers. Ollie tentatively sat down in the seat. The car reeked of expensive leather and premium carpeting. The smell was almost nauseating to her, reminding her of her father. "Hey." Weston sounded very excited. "Sorry about all the flash. I had to spend a few hours in the office today." Ollie's brow furrowed. "Where do you work, exactly?" "Ever heard of the Callaway Building?" Boy, had she. It was a massive skyscraper in the heart of downtown. One of the biggest trade and marketing companies in the nation. "You work there? I thought you worked for your dad." Another sly smile. "I do, my dad is James Callaway." Ollie's stomach dropped into a free fall. His dad was worth a few $1 billion, the last she had heard. If Weston was his son, he probably wasn't worth much less. She suddenly felt suffocated in the fancy car, desperate to get out. At her lack of a response, or maybe trying to remedy the panic in her face, he asked, "So what do you want to do tonight?" "I booked us a table at a formal restaurant downtown. Based on your dress on Friday, I figured you'd be dressed a little more formally. It's not really a jeans type of place. Maybe we could go bowling?" The mention of her jeans was the last straw. Ollie felt silly, like a child, sitting there in her informal clothes. "No," she said firmly. "No thanks. In fact, I'm not feeling well. I think I have to go." She opened the door and made a move to step out, but Weston lightly grabbed her arm to stop her. "No, wait," he begged. "What happened? What's wrong? Let me fix it." "Maybe I'm just coming down with a lack of class," she said snidely. Pulling away from him, Ollie marched away from his desperate cries for her to wait. Rich men were cheaters and liars. She wasn't about to waste her time.
End of sneak peek for Dirty Money by Michelle Love. Thank you for listening to this preview of Dirty Money, a Billionaire Romance Audiobook. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.